Perez, Vaslis Domantas, Florian Bardou. Florian? Where are you? Thank you. Henry Koppas, sorry, runabout GP2, Henry Koppas. Karol Puzelevich, Wojtek Korczak, Mattias Giraldo, Patrick Mora, Romain Bardou, Stefano Castronovo, Carl Kescula, Miguel Antonio de Oliveira, Miguel, Manuel Reggiani, Wilmer Pettersson, Linus Lindberg e Sam Kurdi, Mattias Seaman, Vaslis Domantas, Justin Patzner, Pierre-Marie Matelli, Nilan Briol, Runabout GP4, Kimi Lilep, Grantas Gursnis, Ayrton Cecere, Francesco Bass, Alberto Fochesato, Kevin Bordin, Carl Kescula, Alex Palau, Mark Asner, Erikas Butkus, Arti Mölter, Riyad Lane Salu, Alfie Fenwick, Juri Zamarovic, Erwin Ortner, José Vainio, Mattias Seaman. Runabout Ladies GP4, Sofia Fochesato, Kimi Lilep, Astra Gorsdite, Mia Caroline Oemets, Aurora Filiberti, Nicola Driakova, Annemarie Oemets, Michel Dimov, Katarina Sepp, Ilaria Vanni, Esther Rosin, Mercedes Ceke, Alize van den Blecken. Ski Ladies GP1, Virginie Morles, Benedikt Drange, Siri Salonen, Maja Johansson, Sofie Borgström, Jonna Borgström, Naomi Benini, Lou Dardia, Estelle Poret, Jessica Chavan. Ski GP1, I will start by reading the starting grid and then the qualified from the last chance qualified. So Michael Poret, I think, is not racing, so we will move everything up one. Second? I know, but he's not racing. I spoke with him 1 second ago. So the pole position will move up with Quentin Bosch, Valentin Dardia, Jaden Richardson, Matteo Benini, Jeremy Poret, Phil Segers, Matthias Reinas, Morgan Poret, Kevin Reiterer, Thomas Bento, Alec Enderli, Kerto Kase, Tanawid Mollet, Yoni Amelin, Tanawin Mollet, Nizara Buljadayel, Soshi Sato, Xavier Pesleur, Maxence Russell, Axel Courtois, Mansoura Buljadayel, Lucas Binar. This leaves us with non-qualified Mark Asner, Harley Gill, and Alexenko Sergei. If tomorrow we have you all here for the briefing, we will go for the small race for the Gior Trophy, let's call it like that. Please come to see us. If you don't want to do it, we're going to save some time tomorrow during the day. Ski GP2, Tanawin Mollet, Luke Höke, Dan Höcke, Robin Erdner, Karl-Josef Steinberg, Nikolai Hamalainen, Tanawid Mole, Lucas Glaninger, Luke Thompson, Robin Sylvester, Nemanja Jovanovic, Ski GP3, Leo Kete, Milan Ratkai, Simon Gergo, Barnabas Zabo, Michael von Reybrock, Lajos Komoni, Peter Martinez, Markus Erlach, Ski GP4, Kei Vansiden, Alexenko Sergei, Sergei Alexenko, Tomasz Kete, Lino Brusadin, Grantas Gurksnis, Chongori Asai, Ales Fillo, Daniel Spotrivailo, Osman Min, Markus Erlach, Dorian Jakopanec, Juniors GP4, Ski, Francesco Mariani, Marvin Boslav, Freestylers, Roberto Mariani and Massimo Cumulo for the World Championship. Runabout Juniors GP4, David Dvorak, Nathan Cecere, Lisa Benaglia, Adele Rainer Latoseva, Kajus Jachauskas, Nele Lahan, Jose Vaino. Juniors 3.3, Leo Kete, Marvin Boslav, Milo Bernot, Martin Ratkai, Jose Vaino. Juniors 3.2, Noam Santos Biro, Lan Martinez, Topi Yarvenpa, Toivo Salmela. Thank you. Let me just double check. Mario Lamy. Okay, everybody's here. Palit, have you got anything to say?
Good morning, guys. I hope you will have a successful race. Just one little thing. Please contact your teams and tell them that there are no crossing during the day, only in the morning and only in the evening with cars. You can use quads, you can use your walk, but no cars. Also, please do not climb over the fence on the island, because it's against the rules and it's dangerous. So please tell the teams that they are not allowed to go over the fence on the island. Also, please be careful with the parking. There are signs where you can park and where you cannot park, so please respect these. Okay, let's go.
Before leaving the word to Gabor, Gabor will speak about what happens this evening with the ceremony and the freestyle moto. Just a couple of words about yesterday and today on the racing side. I've shared with you a modified timetable. The reason for that is to have an effort in making things run smoothly. We know that the runabout GP2 is the class where more likely the circuit is moving. If we keep it at the end of each morning or afternoon session, that gives the marshal the time to fix it without affecting and delaying all the other classes if this happens. I understand that something will change for some people. Some people have been moved in the morning after. Some people will have a shorter time with one category or the other, but we think it is in the interest of everyone to minimize the delays. Talking about delays, apologies for yesterday morning for those that had to wait. We had serious problem with starting all the timing system that was crashed completely. So there is nothing else we can do than apologizing, and thank you for your patience. On today, for the starts, especially in the classes where there is a lot of riders. On the starting grid, spread yourself evenly and equally. The first one on the inside need to stay at the pole on the left. So don't try to take advantage to have a softer first stall shot by staying and squeezing everybody else on the right. Stay on the left if you choose that position. Work with the position that you've chosen. Give the space to everybody else. Maintain your lane until the two red boys in front of you. I understand it's tight and it's hard, but please try to do so. Especially do not push everybody else outside, going too far to the right to keep your space. A couple of things on the demarcations. There is a demarcation before the split. It is the white buoy that is used also for the start. When you're going into the split, if you go to the green, you keep that white buoy on your right. If you go to the blue, you keep that white buoy on your left. For the black buoy, the demarcation of the black buoy is very tight. It is tight on purpose. It is tight because we need it in that position for the start. And it is tight because if you go to the black buoy, that is a penalty. So we expect you to take it as a penalty and make sure that you pass tight and you keep the big one of the finish line on your left and the small one demarcation on your right. Otherwise you get penalized 2 laps. Apart from that, any questions?
Engine test.
Engine test. Yes, sure. Engine test. As soon as I can finish the briefing, Michael, with one hand only, is in the water to try to remeasure the splits and the starts. We know yesterday we worked really hard after every hit to make it better and better and better. We hope with some more time this morning it will really be equal, both for the splits and for the start. As soon as the briefing is over and Mika is done with that, we open the engine test until 9. And then, if we can have a lunch break because we have no problem, there will be engine test again at lunch break. Anything else? Thank you so much, guys. Wait, don't go. I leave the word to Gabor, who is going to explain the transfer for this evening and everything that happens after for the ceremony and freestyle Moto1. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I really tried to be quick to share with you the program which we organized for our hosting city year. Maybe you remember in the past 2 years we did a freestyle show in downtown in the heart of the city. It has a schedule for it which is going to be shared on the WhatsApp group. So first of all, I want to remind everyone, even if you don't remember now, check always the group. If you are not in, then download the QR code and be in to be up to date. Shortly about the program. We're going to have shuttle buses, 1 big and 2 smaller buses, from 17 to 18 in the afternoon, transferring all of you to the location of the freestyle show. The freestyle starts at 18 to 19. As long as we have 2 riders this year, we're gonna have a short briefing with the guys, how we do the show to make it really nice and enjoyable. So from 18 to 19, freestyle show, and from 19 to 21, enjoy the city. We have in the city center, in the main square, Rotary Spritzer Days, Winery Days. You can enjoy riverside atmosphere, catering, nice food. The city at 21 in the evening starts on the rivers of the city, a lantern boat show. So the whole river will be under light, which is like a beautiful place. It's all for you to enjoy the evening in the city. And from 21 to 23, the transfers will be ready to bring you, whoever needs, to bring you back to the paddock. So all the details, the schedule, and the meeting point's gonna be shared on the WhatsApp group. Make sure you are in and you are informed all about it. Thank you for your cooperation and have a safe race, have a good race, good luck for everyone, and we all wait you in the evening to have a nice program. Thank you.
Cominciate alle
Robbie, you have 3 minutes. Just to translate guys. This year, we're gonna have Timo and also Roberto, they come with their own truck. We have a parking space different place so we can really come here right here. We can set up everything, look at conditions. It's a little bit more difficult to unload the skis. There are 2 options, but whenever we are there, we look at this the best way to unload the skis, and we can be prepared for 6 o'clock.
Allora, voi partirete da qui alle 5 per andare a vedere come il posto, per vedere come si riesce a mettere al meglio le moto in acqua, e così c'è tempo fino alle 6 per sistemare tutte le cose.
Però partiamo già direttamente
alle 5.
con
Sì, furgone e moto.
Ah, ok.
Okay?
They do fast for you or...
Yes, we all go together.
Andate tutti insieme. Così, per esempio, c'è il parcheggio riservato.
I would like to kindly ask what is the performance or what is the because we are only 2, so the idea behind this is like to make a warm-up, then to make the motto, and then the end together pretty bit so.
Non era se voi siete un gruppo di fare un po' di riscaldamento, così poi fate la vostra gara e poi dopo la gara fate un po' di troppo. Ve lo chiede il carico.
Okay. Yeah. One last thing. In the paddock is prepared. It's nearby the restaurant where last year the opening was. So there's going to be prepared also for you, for family. No need to capture again other restaurants.
Quindi devono andare a cercare in giro dove mangiare perché non può mangiare.
And one last thing, this is really addition asked from the city and the organizer of the Latin. They start at 9 p.m. and they were asking to leave the boats to the city, which come there. We can do it in another part. Yeah, no, it's a very short thing, but yeah, it's late again and it's very short.
Siccome c'è questo hot show, c'è delle città che ci pare una specie di ponte arrivati che entra dentro la città. Io ho detto, ma guarda che loro fanno con la strada, insomma, è così, che non c'è problema. Praticamente lì,
Yeah, it's not much lower than 500 meters. Okay, it's not, yeah, we will look, maybe if possible, yes, no. I told also the organization with these boats is very difficult, yeah, special boats. Then we will make the roundabout. Some flags and go up.
Everyone, day 2, and let me give you immediately So, once again, good morning, everyone. This is the second day of the European and World Championships of aquabiking here in Western Hungary, near the village of Győr-Zámoly. Welcome back. And hopefully it's going to be a safe and lovely day for all the viewers, all the spectators, and especially all the riders. So let us inform you all, probably you know it by now, you have to know it by now, that there have been some slight changes made in terms of the timetable. So please be aware of the fact that the ones that we have provided days ago is not valid for the moment. So check the changes. As for now, we can make sure that the next category is what it was meant to be yesterday to start the day. It is Ski Juniors GP 3.3 for the age category 13, 14 and 15. And we will have 5 riders joining in for this category from Slovenia, Hungary, Belgium and Finland. Jó reggelt még egyszer mindenkinek, rajt procedúra, és aztán elmondjuk majd a legfontosabb tudnivalókat. Minden esetre Ski Junior GP 3.3 világbajnoki első futam Győr-Zámoly, és jöhet majd a rajt 5 versenyzővel, szlovén, magyar, belga és finnek a rajtrácson, pontosabban a gumiszalag mögött. Nézzük az első startot. And this is the first start, and it looks really good on the inside for Leo Kette. However, Milo Bemo from Belgium is really side by side with the winner of yesterday's qualifying, and they are all on the inside. So it is still hard to say which of the two will come first after the first lap will be completed. I think it's Leo Kette making it and keeping the slight advantage of his after the start, and as he's hitting the water in the first split, he looks more than okay, as he was just awesome yesterday. Both the pace, the confidence of Leo Kette, he was really untouchable for the qualifying, and look at the way he's just stretching away from the ones that trying to get behind his back. Milo Bemo is second, but now Leo Kette is in P1 after the first lap, followed by the number 40, Milo Berno. So lap 2 completed, the first full lap, to be honest, after the start. And it's a 3.4 second advantage for Leo Kette ahead of Milo Berno from Belgium. Then comes the Hungarian Marlin Bohuslav, followed by Jose Vainio, and then we have Rátkai Martin. But Rátkai Martin is of course written on the starting lineup.
Yes.
And here he comes. I thought something could have happened to him. He was so much behind the other four, but he might have some technical issues. He's apparently slowing down a little bit. Martin Rátkai on his Kawasaki, and the lap time is like 21-22 seconds slower than anybody else is out there. He gets more than 30 seconds every lap from Leo Kete, but he's there. And if nothing else, he tries to beat himself. Leo Kete and Milo Berno. Let's see how the gap is changing. 4.2 seconds for Leo Kete, and then another 3 for Milo Berno ahead of Marvin Bohuslav. So still anything is possible except from the frag. Leo Kete is so fast and so quicker than anybody else out there that after yesterday's qualifying and after the first 3 laps of today's race, it's really hard to imagine that anyone can catch him. We have Jose Vainio in the 678 boat, far behind our podium placed riders Leo Kete, Milo Berno and Marvin Bohuslav. The first 3 having their own race, and we can see Jose Vainio falling into the water, so one of the marshals are coming to the rescue. He's in a situation, he was in a situation during the race when no one was actually threatening him, so he could comfortably get back onto his aquabike and keeps on going. Jose Vainio. And we of course know Jose in both categories, and this is not his main category. Jose Vainio's number 678 will be in a largely different position in the next race, which will be Runabout Juniors GP4, where Jose is one of the strong favorites as the winner of 3 races in this runabout category. So I would say that he's more like a runabout guy than a ski guy. However, it's nice to see that he's experiencing this new class and trying to improve himself both ways. However, Jose's next race will be, of course, more precious for him. Jose Vainiót láttuk, amint elesett, de légüres térben haladt, úgyhogy senki nem fenyegett, és hát tudjuk Jose Vainióról, hogy a 678-as ragasztott rendszám az nem véletlenül tűnik ideiglenesnek az álló jeten, hiszen alapvetően a Runabout Junior GP4-ben várunk tőle eredményeket, meg nyilván saját magától, mint hogy maximális pontszámmal vezeti Portugália óta és után az Európa-bajnoki mezőnyt, sőt, Jose Vainió megnyerte az időmérőt tegnap, úgyhogy a 678-as számú jetski, majd rövidesen egy ülős gépre is oda kerül már, mint a szám, és az a Sea-Doo az nagyobb sikerek felé viszi majd José Vainiót minden bizonnyal a GP4-es juniorok mezőnyében. Itt rövidesen José Vainió is megkapja majd a körét, Leo Ketétől, Marvin Bohuszlávtól és Milo Bernótól. A szlovén, a magyar és a belga külön osztályban versenyez. A különbségek pedig, ha lassan is, de nőnek hármójuk között. Leo már 7,2 másodperccel vezet, a második Bernó előnye pedig Marvin Bohuszlávhoz viszonyítva 4,5 másodperc. Lassan, de egyre távolabb kerül. The next category will be roundabout juniors GP4. And this is quite, I would say, a physical challenge for José Vainió, completing 2 races, one after the other. And of course, when it comes to European junior races, they're competing for 15 minutes plus the extra lap. So for Jose, it's almost 30 minutes of riding with a minimum of break of like 1 or 2 minutes. And of course, he has to switch between categories as well. So it can be challenging. The white flag was out just now. And Leo Kete, the winner of the qualifying, and the leader by more than 11 seconds ahead of Milo Berno of Belgium, is now just a minute short of his first win here.
We need to find somebody who can tell us, okay, you can make this preparation. I don't know, like maybe a pump for the Kawasaki.
Utolsó kérét kezdi José Vainió, miután elengedte őt Rátkai Martin. A fehéret mindenki megkapta, jöhet a kockás, és jöhet a mai nap első futamgyőzelme. Ez a Moto1, vagyis a különböző géposztályok első versenye zajlik most, és így aztán a világbajnokság első versenyét a 3-ból a szlovén Leo Kete nyeri már is. So, race winner of the Junior World Championship GP 3.3 category, Leo Kete from Slovenia. Second place goes to Milo Berno from Belgium. And third place, Marvin Bohuslav, representing Hungary. So we have our podium finishers, and we're of course still waiting for 2 more guys to come in, Jose and Martin. Come in, nem lesz meg a kis Déna, P4-es futamán a gépére, és akkor nézzük, hogy kik jutottak, milyen pozícióhoz, milyen rajtpozícióhoz tegnap az időmérő edzésen, amit José Vainió megnyert. David Dvorzsák lett a második, és Lisa Benálja a harmadik, míg a negyedik Lelahan. Úgyhogy ők választottak legalábbis így az első 4 alapján sorrendet maguknak. Nagyon úgy tűnik, hogy az idei nyomvonal a legbelső, legbaloldalibb pályát hozza a legjobb helyzetbe, vagyis a győztesek 1-1-ig oda választanak maguknak rajtpozíciót. Ebben a mezőnyben egyébként 7-en indulnak majd, 7 Sea-Doo gép, cseh, olasz, észt, litván, magyar és finn versenyzők indulnak nem sokára. So here comes the second race of the day, still in Moto 1. And this is Runabout Juniors GP4. This is a European Championships category with 7 riders lining up in position that they have fought for yesterday at the qualifying. So again, we have Jose Vainio in the 678 boat. Fourth place from the previous race in the Ski World Championship group. Let's see what he can do on a runabout. Sun is coming out. The line is not perfect yet. They still need to move a little bit back or forward. Okay, let's give it another try. Sometimes it's just not easy to line them up, no matter if they're just 6 or 7 behind the rubber band, or maybe 22. The positions are still not good enough. All right, let's see one more try. Engines on. I think we're close now. They're all focusing, and off they go, and Jose Vainio will be most probably the very first in the first turn, as he was a good reaction time, and the acceleration is also perfect for Jose. No questions about who's going to be first in the split when they come back again towards the start line of this year's racetrack. So Jose already building up a decent advantage as he's heading towards the split on the inside of the lake and going all around the green boys. He's looking absolutely amazing, and as we have predicted just 10 minutes ago, this is a whole new chance for Jose after the Ski Division GP 3.3 to show his best performance in the runabout GP4s. Look at his confidence, look at the pace he has. Jose Vainio from Finland in the last turn, starting the first full lap and completing the first one. On second place, we have the number 3 boat, David Dvorak. David Dvorak from Czechia on his Sea-Doo was also second at the qualifying, and the yellow flag is in operation since Lisa Benalia fell off. So Lisa, as far as I can see, is capable of climbing back on her jet ski. So, however, the marshals came right on time. Lisa needs to restart the engine, and if she manages to, can she do this? Yeah, she can. So, off she goes. So Jose Vainio and David Dvorak are first and second. Lisa Benalia had a good starting position. She was third yesterday at the qualifying. But now, of course, she's lost after making this mistake. So we had Kaius Jatsiaukas from Lithuania, fourth. Ada Rainer Ilseva from Estonia, fifth at the last checkpoint. After the first lap, Jose Vainio's advantage was 3.2 seconds. It might be a little more ahead of David Dvorak. From 3.2, he makes it 3.9. Then in the number 73 boat, we have Kaius Jatsiaukas from Lithuania in the third place, followed by Adel Reiner Yataseva from Estonia. Then we have the number 9 boat with Naran Cecere from Italy. Then Nele Lahan representing Hungary. And finally, Lisa Benalia from way behind, trying to get a bit closer to the group. Ez az eleme, ez az igazi futama, és nagyon repeszt a szédú alatta. 3,2-ről 3,9-re nőtt az előnye az előző 2 körben, miközben David Dvorzsák a 3-as számú szédún azért nem hagyja José Ványót meglógni, de egy fél másodpercet hozott is rajta. Nagyon komoly kis verseny kezd kialakulni, de elsősorban itt a mezőny második felében, miközben ugye újabb ember a vízben. Itt pedig Cecere húz. Hoppá, ott volt egy hiba. Lisa Benalia nagyon húzta a gázt, és most megint veszít értékes másodperceket, mert hogy a fekete bóját kellett megkerülnie, hogy korrigálja a bója hibáját, máskülönben egykörös büntetést kap, amely nyilván ledolgozhatatlan. Továbbra is a tó közepén sárga zászló mellett zajlik a mentés, amely kicsit közelebb van a visszaágon a belső sprithez, tehát inkább ott láttam volna ezt veszélyesnek, de mire a mondatot befejeztem, a veszély el is múlik, és sikerült a jetre megint visszamenni. Újabb kör teljesít José Vainio. A versenyben vezető finn mögött még mindig David Dvorzsák, illetve Nele Lahan, aki már, ha minden igaz, kört is kapott tőlük, követi őket. Ugye Nele Lahan esett el, tehát nem véletlen a kör. Ez nem a tempója, hanem a hibája miatt történt. Aztán megérkezik Kaius Jatsiaukas Litvániából, de hát az ő hátránya már tetemes José Vainio és David Dvorzsák mögött. Majdnem fél perc, minden esetre José Vainio azért egy másfél másodpercet hozzá pattintott eddigi előnyéhez, amely most már 5,5 másodperc. Elég tetemes, vagy legalábbis megnyugtató José számára. Itt jön Lisa Benalia 44-essel, aki Nele Lahan hibájának köszönhetően az utolsóról az utolsó előtti helyre tudott előre lépni, és az az igazság, hogy Neden Cecere nem érezheti magát biztonságban a 9-es jeten, mert a Lisa Benalia 3 másodperccel van csupán mögött, és biztos, hogy gyorsabb nála. Here comes José Vainio, the race leader, with 5.5 seconds ahead of David Dvorzsák. But I would predict that this advantage is slightly gone. Well, it's of course not gone. It's a little less, 5 seconds for José Vainio ahead of David Dvorzsák. And then a big gap. And in P3 we have Kaius Jatsiaukas from Lithuania, but he's like 30 seconds behind the first and especially the second placed rider. Here he comes in the number 73 boat, Kaius Jatsiaukas. No one and nothing is threatening her podium finish in Moto 1. Oh, we can see some good moves from Lisa Benalia. Lisa Benalia is on the inside. It's a great overtaking from Lisa. There you go. Amazing job. And Lisa is taking the position of Nadan Cecere just before the checkered line to climb up to the 5th position. Remember that Lisa Benalia was fast enough to finish 3rd at the qualifying. She just fell in the first lap, so she had to go back, swim back, get back on the jet ski, and now Lisa is ahead of Nele Lahan and Nathan Cecere. And I would say that she's not going to give up on the 4th position, because Adele Reiner-Jataseva from Estonia is only 2 seconds ahead of Lisa. And let's see how Lisa is pushing the Estonian rival down. And as they are just heading towards the split, Adele cannot be sure if she can maintain her position. Here comes Nele Lahan. So they're taking different splits now. Still, of course, focusing on Lisa Benalia and Adele Reiner-Jataseva's fight. Kaius Jatsiauskas completing another lap in P3 in the meantime. But let's see what Lisa and Adele can do. Lisa is behind, Adele is in P4, and they are really close to each other. The Italian is just a second behind the Estonian rider. And remember that they took different splits, Adele and Lisa. And that choice, especially in the later stages of this race, is always important. And the 12-minute mark is coming. So not much chances for Lisa to get to Adele. But they have 2 more laps to go. And 2 laps is more than 3 minutes now. 3 minutes of pure racing for these two to fight for P4 and P5. Let's see the decisions. Lisa is on the inside split, so he's around the green boys, while Adele is picking the outside split. He's taking the blue boys. And of course, we're trying to set the splits so that they're quite equal and balanced, but they can move during the races. So let's just see if Lisa had the good choice. Lisa has just 1 more board. Adele has none. There they go, and Lisa is still behind Adele. And I would say it was a good choice for Adele and nicely taking the split, because the advantage of the Estonian will be, I think, slightly bigger than it was in the previous lap. What a fight between these two riders. I would say 1.5 lap is the remaining race time, or race distance rather. And of course, Jose Vainio's first place is not under any threat from David Dvorak. Kaius Jatsiauskas is comfortably 3rd. So forgive us if we're more focusing on the fight for P4 and P5 between Adele Reiner-Jataseva and Lisa Benalia. So Lisa still picking the inside choice. Apparently she feels that she can get lucky And Lisa might be ahead. Yes, she made it. I was just about to say that Lisa's choice on the inside split was not very rewarding for the Italian lady. But for the third try, she got third time lucky, and Lisa Benalia is now fourth. Remember, she fell in the first lap, so she had to come back from way behind, and she did it. And in the meantime, we have a race winner in Runabout GP for Juniors. The first World Championship race goes to Jose Vainio. Second, David Dvorak from Czechia. And the third will be Kaius Jatsiaukas from Lithuania in around 15 to 20 seconds. And there he comes Kaius Jatsiaukas, finishing third. Here comes the third place Lithuanian to finish it up. And then Lisa Benalia. Excellent race. A bit unlucky, but still excellent race for Lisa, finishing fourth. Then comes number 52, Rainer Jataseva from Estonia, followed by Nathan Cecere. And that's it. This was race number 1 in the Runabout GP for Juniors. And now, next category, Ski GP2. We have 11 riders registered for this one. Dan Hookey from the Netherlands was the qualifying winner ahead of Tanavin Mole from Thailand and Carl Josef Steinberg from Estonia. So we will see what positions they picked and how the start will go. Jövünk a Ski GP2-es osztályjal, ahol 11-en indulnak el, a holland Dan Hookey nyerte a kvalit, ő megy tehát majd belülről, ha a választása nem lesz majd más, mint az összes többi versenyzői a pólból. Tanavin Moli Tájföldről a 2-es, és Karl Josef Steinberg Észtországból a 3-as választó is helyezés alapján. A marsallok pedig nem is pihenhetnek nagyon, mert hogy pörgetjük tovább a programot, és jön a startgyakorlat, amely ugye nagyjából általában egy fél pályányi startot szokott jelenteni, valóban csak azért, hogy a pak jobboldali és baloldali felét a marsallok elvigyék megfelelő irányba. Ez ugye kötelező procedúra, nyilván már a második alkalom, tehát mindenki tudja, hogy merre kell mennie, de azért ezt nem árt elismételni. Úgyhogy nagyjából a split bejáratáig a marsallok elviszik a mezőnyt, de onnan már egyenes vonalban visszahozzák őket a startöbölhöz, ahol elindul a Ski GP2 első verseny. So our 11 riders have just returned from the practice start. And it's a very promising Moto 1 race for this category. Riders from Thailand, Netherlands, Austria, Estonia, Finland, Afghanistan, France and Serbia. I have to, I mean, he wants to mark Afghanistan. IGP2, ez a következő verseny. Táj, holland, osztrák, észt, finn, francia, szervezővel, mint egy brit fiatal a magát. Egyre nő a mezőny, legalábbis itt a mai nap versenyeit illetően, nyilván egyre több izgalomra, egyre látványosabb rajtokra is számíthatunk. Dan Hookey volt a kvali győztese tegnap, úgyhogy 12-es rajtszámmal ő megy majd belülről ebben a zöldes, neonos, fehéres hajóban. And this is start time. Dan Hookey in the inside might have some problems. The best start was made by Robin Sylvester from France, and Sylvester might be amongst the top 3 after the split, as they will come back to make themselves or put themselves in a good position after the start. And we will have to check what exactly happened to Dan Hookey, as Tanavin Moli in the number 4 boat from Thailand was also slightly better at the start. So let's see how the group has been split in the split. And as they get back together and the long blue banana, here we have our race leader coming in. And that race leader will be Dan Hookey from the Netherlands. Despite of the not perfect start, Dan Hookey goes first, followed by the number 21 boat with Carl-Josef Steinberg, then 148 Robin Sylvester from France, followed by the 82 boat Luke Thompson from Great Britain. And then the rest of the group, in the end, Lukas Gloninger from Austria in the 11th position. So Dan Hookey, Josef Steinberg and Robin Sylvester, the top 3, which means that Dan Hookey could finally keep on onto the pole position that he fought for yesterday. Carlos Josef Steinberg, who was 3rd at the qualifying, has come up 1 position, and Robin Sylvester was amazing in Portugal, also came up 1 position from 4th to 5th. So the biggest loss in terms of positions came from the Thai rider Tanavin Moli, who drops from 2nd straight to 6th. Now we have another lap and we have a new leader, Carl-Josef Steinberg, taking a lead after Dan Hookey's mistake. Now 2nd place goes to Robin Sylvester from France. Then comes Luke Thompson from Great Britain, then Robin Ortner from Austria. Tanavin Moli and Tanavid Moli. A single letter is separating these two. The number 4 is Tanavin, the number 30 is Tanavid. The two Molis, the two Thai riders, are kind of tied together in P6 and P5. And apparently we will have a stop and go penalty for the first time in this race. And that will be Dan Hoekey from the Netherlands with the stop and go penalty. Hopefully he's going to realize that the penalty is there to serve. He will have 3 laps to serve this penalty, the stop and go. Otherwise he will be penalized more severely. So maybe it's better. So Dan Hoekey, our pole positionist and the race leader after the first lap, already dropped behind and now will be also penalized. Carl Josef Steinberg, the Estonian, is in the lead. Then Robin Sylvester from France, still second. And we have the number 82 boat, the British guy Luke Thompson, followed by the number 16, Robin Ottner from Austria. And the stop and go has been shown in the tower with the crossed black and yellow flag. And of course the number is shown, the number 12 number. But apparently Dan Hoekey did not realize or did not want to see what's coming. It's not a problem from Dan Hoekey. He has some more time to serve this penalty. But without realizing that he's being penalized, it will be a bit difficult. Remember, this is again a 15-minute race, so 10 more minutes to go before the white flag is coming and 1 more lap before the checkered will be shown to the race leader. But who will be the race leader, we don't know, especially because the number 21 made a mistake, makes a penalty boy, and we have a new leader starting this lap, and the new leader will be Robin Sylvester from France. So they had to swap positions after the mistake that has been made by Carl Josef Steinberg. And for the second time, Dan Hoekey is the stop and go penalty. I think now he's realized what is coming for sure. He turned his head to the right. He saw that his number is shown in the tower, so he has to serve that penalty right now. And of course, there's another problem coming for Dan Hoekey, or that might be a little problem. He knows, like everybody else knows, that he has 3 laps to complete this penalty, but he has just realized it now. So I'm not sure that he knows that he has a last chance for this stop and go penalty. Ugye az történik, hogy Dan Hoekeyt, miután kiugrott a rajtnál, megbüntették. Nem volt elég Dan Hoekeynak, hogy egyébként elvesztette az első helyét az első körben, de most még be kell jönnie egy stop and go büntetésre, amit 3 körön keresztül lehet letölteni, utána átváltják már egy nagyobb körbüntetésre. Most Dan Hoekey 2-szer eljött úgy, hogy nem látta a büntetését a torony előtt. A harmadik alkalommal észrevette. A kérdés pedig az, hogy tudja-e, hogy hiába vette észre harmadszor, nincs már több köre, most vagy kijön, vagy nagyobb bünti lesz. We have another penalty boy from Luke Thompson. Luke Thompson will lose not 1 but 2 positions, the British. And then comes Dan Hoekey without serving the penalty. So it will be converted into a 1-lap penalty. The poor guy maybe didn't realize it earlier, so he thought that he has another 2 laps to serve the penalty, but this will be converted into something even worse. Robin Sylvester, the race leader. Then Carl Josef Steinberg coming. And after the penalty boy by Luke Thompson, we have the number 16 boat from Austria, Robin Ortner, coming third, followed by the number 4, Tanavin Moli. Then comes Luke Thompson and the number 30 boat, Tanavid Moli. And then the number 12, Dan Hoekey from the Netherlands, followed by Luke Hoekey. So the 2 Hoekeys are locked together in P7 and 8. 6 more minutes to go. So 10 minutes of racing. And we haven't been speaking about Nemanja Jovanovic or Lukas Glaninger. They have just passed the tower. The number 57 and 211 boat are 10th and 11th. But here comes the number 148, Robin Sylvester from France. And Robin Sylvester was just amazing a few weeks ago at the first Grand Prix in Portugal as the Frenchman won Moto 1, 2 and 3. Of course, with this, he was on the top of the podium and Grand Prix winner, and that's exactly what he's trying to achieve again, Robin Sylvester. He has a 3.8 second advantage over Carl Josef Steinberg and another 7 ahead of Robin Ortner. Luke Hoekey and Dan Hoekey are still locked together. Oh, Dan is falling down behind.
Where is the guy gone? Comunque è andato dalla gialla diretto alla gialla verde saltando la bianca. Si sono ritrovati.
Okay, then Hoekey was lost for a few seconds. We never know what happened to him, but Luke Hoekey is now 7th, and Nikolai Hämäläinen from Finland comes up to the P8 on his Kawasaki, and then Hoekey drops back to 9th. This is Lukas Glaninger and the black boat completing another lap in P10. And currently in the last 11th position, we have Nemanja Jovanovic from Serbia. The marshals are showing the blue flag. Some faster and slower jets might meet on the border. 3 more minutes before the white flag. You have Tanavid Moli and Luke Thompson locked together. Just 1 second separating the British and the Thai rider. So it was watching this battle between Tanavid and Luke. Luke Thompson is in the number 82 boat. Tanavid Moli is in the number 30 boat. They are heading towards the far end of the race course, and after this sharp left, they're heading towards the split. Nem jó hír ez a verseny Dan Huki számára, pedig megnyerte az időmérőt, hiszen Dan Huki az összetett második helyén állt a versenyt megelőzően. Talán azt lehet mondani, hogy a 3 hétvégéből, vagyis 9 versenyből álló Európa-bajnokságon egy futamot még el lehet vesztegetni. Oly módon, hogy valakinek elromlik a motorja, elkövet egy hibát, megbüntetik. Többet nagyon nem, mert ha a riválisok nem hibáznak, végig mennek, akkor 4., 5. helyekkel akár már meg lehet előzni azt, akinek kiesik egy komplett futam. Hát Dan Huki most ennek a határán van. And into the last minute before the white flag, Robin Sylvester, Karl-Josef Steinberg and Robin Ortner are the top 3 riders currently. As we can see, Luke Huki passing in front of the tower. And then Nikolai Hämäläinen. Oh, what's there?
One lap ignoring signals. Un tour ignoring signals.
Here comes the number 12 boat, and Dan Huki's race is quite a mess, to be honest. The winner of the qualifying penalized after the start. Some engine problems apparently in the outside split. And that's important, Robin Sylvester made a mistake. He went around the black boy. So we might have a new race leader. This is Karl-Josef Steinberg up front, just before the last lap. What a mistake from the French rider. And the one who won all 3 motos back in Portugal might lose his first top podium finish in the season. And that mistake will be costly for Robin Sylvester from France. He was leading almost all the way. Then we have the 2-1-1 rider, Nemanja Jovanovic. The Serbian is also penalized by the race director by ignoring the signals. Ignoring, I believe, the blue. Because he's been too slow and maybe didn't let the faster riders to pass him easily. So Nemanja Jovanovic has been penalized. That will not affect his position, because he's already 11th out of the 11 riders. And a few words about the number 12, Dan Huki. Problems at the start, engine problems, and however, Dan Huki, who will now let everybody else pass him, finished second on the podium of the Portuguese Grand Prix, is losing precious points, and now the checkered flag is already there, and Karl-Josef Steinberg is finally the winner of the Ski GP2 race, followed by Robin Sylvester from France and Tanavin Oli from Thailand, ahead of Robin Ortner. Tanavit Moli was shown the checkered flag as well. Here comes the number 82, Luke Thompson, who dropped behind a few positions. He was in a podium place during the first few laps of the race, but Luke Thompson now only 6th. And then Luke Huki in the number 10 boat, finishing 7th. And might be a good fight. And in the end, it's Nikolai Hamalainen coming in first ahead of Nemanja Jovanovic. And that terminates this race. Steinberg, Sylvester, Molly. So we have arrived to the point where the schedule has been slightly changed. The runabout GP2 has been sent a little bit behind in the schedule. So let's open a new page. And in this page, we have Ski Ladies GP1 with 10 riders lining up. Lou Dardia in the pole position. Estelle Poirier second after the qualifying, followed by Sophie Borgström from Sweden. But this might be, and hopefully will be, a really tight and exciting race. Itt van most egy olyan programpont, ami enyhén változott az eredetileg kiadotthoz képest, és a Runabout GP2 időbeli hátrébb sorolása nyomán jön a Ski Ladies GP1, Lou Dardiával, a 94-es rajtszámú franciával a pólból, a második helyről Estelle Poirier, majd szintén francia, a harmadikról pedig a svéd Sophie Borgström, akinek a testvére is itt van a mezőnyben, a franciákat még Virginie Morlas is képviseli ebben a mezőnyben, valamint a Chavan, úgyhogy francia többség a Ski Ladies GP1-ben, tehát a nők, hölgyek számára kiírt legmagasabb osztályba tartozó állógépek következnek most. So they have all lined up for the starts of this Ski Ladies GP1 category. Lou Dardia in the number 94 boat, in the yellow boat on the inside, on the very left, behind the rubber band. And as soon as the band will be released, they're good to go for this 15-minute race. Off they go! I think they're just side by side. Benedikte Drange from Norway in the number 10 boat, and on the inside, the pole position is the Lou Dardia in the number 94. So it was a great start for the French and, of course, for the Norwegian girl. It's incredibly splashy, it's incredibly noisy. And especially here as they are about to complete the first full lap, anything can happen, any possessions can be taken. However, it looks safe and smooth in both splits for all the riders. And it's very close, but I think it's Benedicte Drange taking the first place from Norway in the number 10 boat. And here she comes, Benedicte, after an amazing start, taking the position of Jessica Chavan from front. And the pole position is SL is only in third. Sorry, Ludardia is fourth only. Estelle Poirier had a really difficult qualifying. The pace was amazing for Estelle, but then something happened and the best lap was taken away from the number 96 boat. So, however, finishing in a good position, Estelle Poirier was second in the qualifying. She was disqualified from that session and therefore she was the last one to pick a starting position for the race in Moto 1, but didn't bother her at all. And Estelle Poirier already on a podium position, while Ludardia, the winner of yesterday's qualifying, is now again fighting for a place amongst the top three. Benedicte Drange from Norway with an excellent pace, keeping the lead ahead of the number 99 Jessica Chavan, then the number 96 Estelle Poirier. So no changes on the podium places. The number 94 Ludardia is fourth, the number 25 Jonna Borgström is fifth, then the number 23 both with Sophie Borgström, followed by the number 7 Virginie Morlaes. Then the number 14, Siri Salonen, who won one position from Naomi Benini. Naomi Benini from Italy drops one position right in the 9th. And we have the last boat coming in to complete this lap 2 in the number 18 boat from Sweden, Maja Johansson. Benedicte is still ahead. The advantage from the last lap was 3.1. Now Jessica Chavan closes the gap slightly, under 3 seconds, 2.9 for Benedicte ahead of Jessica. A 10-es rajtszámú Benedicte Drange remek rajtja után, ami a harmadik helyről repítette őt az elsőre, folyamatosan vezet. Ugye a legszorosabb helyzet az volt, amikor az első rajt utáni nem is teljes kör végén kijöttek a splitből, és szinte egyszerre értek oda Jessica Chavannal, de végül a norvégok versenyzője volt a gyorsabb a split kijáratánál, és azóta őrzi a vezetését. Növelni nem tudja, sőt, a legutóbbi körben Jessica Chavan egy picit közelebb jött hozzá, 3 másodpercen belülre, 2,91 másodperc volt a különbség kettejük között. Benedicte Drange egyébként a portugáliai első versenyt rontott el, ahol csak 6. lett, a másodikon és a harmadikon egyaránt a második helyen végzett Estelle Poirier mögött, így aztán az összesített Grand Prix dobogón is a második helyre állhatott föl Benedicte Drange, akinek most nem csak a saját jó szereplése fontos, hanem az összetett szempontjából az is, hogy a Portugáliában mindent vivő Estelle Poré a lehető legkevesebb pontot gyűjtse össze. Nos, Estelle Poré a harmadik, ugye sokkal kevesebbet nem fog összeszedni. Lou Dardia megy el közben. Johansson in the number 18 bolt is looking back behind her shoulder and realizes that she was shown a blue flag. She knows exactly that she's slower than the rivals out there, so she has to be careful and let Benedikte Drange go. And Benedikte will go. Maja Johansson an extra lap. We have Sophie Borgström and Jona Borgström locked together in P5 and 6. While Naomi Benini, after losing the 8th position to Siri Salonen, remaining in P9. So after 2.9 seconds for Benedikte Drange, again it's 2.9 seconds. So the difference between the two was merely 0.05 of a second. And by the way, Benedikte was faster by 0.05 of a second, but that's just nothing. Jessica Chavan still second, Estelle Poré still third, Lou Dardia still fourth. So the Norwegian race leader is on the thread by not one, but not two, but three French ladies. Now here comes Benedikte again into the 10th minute of this 15-minute race. Benedikte Drange from Norway is the race leader ahead of Jessica Chavan. And out of the 2.9 seconds, let's see what... It's incredible. It's 1/100th of a second. 1/100th of a second was the difference between Benedikte and Jessica throughout the entire lap that they've been just completed. So in lap 6, they are just on the same speed. And it was just like the same thing in the previous lap. So nothing can make and nobody can make a difference between these two. It's a good race. As for Benedicta Drange, she finished second in Portugal, especially because she didn't really manage to get the best result out of the race 1 in Moto 1. Benedicta was only 6th in Moto 1 in Portugal. After that, in Moto 2 and Moto 3, Benedicta finished second, both times behind Estelle Poré. So for the number 10, the collected points was enough to finish second. And to be honest, when a rider wins all 3 motos, of course there are no questions. So Estelle Poré was the best by far. Then second to her. Now Estelle Poré is third, Benedicta is first. So that might be a tighter race between the ladies, the front runners for the Hungarian Grand Prix. This is Estelle Poré. I think deep inside, Estelle has already given up on chasing better dreams than finishing third, while Benedicta Drange and Jessica Chavan, and the distance, more importantly, between the two, is a bit growing now, 4.3 seconds. With 2.5 minutes before the end of this 15-minute race time, and since the lap times are around 90 seconds, it will be really tight for Benedicta, and it really matters now. So this is something that is worth focusing on for Benedicta, because I think she needs to complete not 2 but 3 more laps here. We have Lou Dardia chased by Jonna Borgström. The gap between the two is slightly bigger than 2 seconds, 2.2 to be precise. So Lou has to be aware of the fact that Jonna is trying to get her position. Virginia Morla is passing by on her Kawasaki in P7, followed by the number 14 Sidi Salonen and the number 46 Naomi Benini. Múlva befejeződik a Ski GP1 Ladies futam. 10-essel megy el most itt a nézők, és a torony előtt a lila jettel Benedicta Drange, a norvég, aki a 3. helyről indult, átvette a vezetést, és azóta ki sem adja a kezéből. Úgyhogy Benedicta Drange, az időzítés, amit nem mondom, hogy elszúrta, mert hát ahogy kiadja a pálya, úgy köröznek, de úgy alakult, hogy még fél perc van a 15 perces versenyidőből, vagyis a következő körben kapja csak meg a fehér zászlót, így még ezt és még egy kört kell teljesítenie. Miközben Estelle Poré lekörözte a 18-as Maja Johansson. Maja Johansson körei masszívan 20 másodperccel gyengébbek bárki másénál a vizen. Miközben újabb előzést láthattunk. 94-es Lou Dardia nagyon-nagyon közel került Jonna Borgströmhöz. Már most szeretném jelezni nézőink számára is, hogy a következő verseny sokszor emlegetik király kategóriaként, meghosszabbított versenyidővel a legerősebb GP1-es ülős jetek jönnek majd, ráadásul nem kevesebb, mint 16 kint a vízen, gyermekeknek fülvédő ajánlott, és nem árt a szemizmokat is bemelegíteni, mert egyes startnál olyan tempóban lőnek majd ki ezek a Runabout GP1-es gépek, hogy azt nehéz lesz lekövetni. Jön a fehér zászló Benedikte Drangénak. So here's the white flag for Benedikte Drange. And of course for Jessica Chavan as well.
Because there are riders running in Runabout GP2 and GP1. So there is a space in between for the riders.
Going to break the track.
But anyway, after is Runabout GP2. They are better than the Runabout GP2.
Je n'en passe.
Now the white flag is out for all the riders, including Estelle Poré and Lou Dardia. Well, Jona Borgström could pass Lou Dardia, so Jona comes up to P4 ahead of Lou. And now we all have to prepare to celebrate the winner of the first race in ski GP1 ladies, as Benedikte has just a few more turns to complete before she will be announced as a race winner. Here comes Benedikte Drange for Norway. And after 2 second place finishes in Portugal, this is the first win for Benedikte in the season, followed by the number 99, Jessica Chavan, finishing second. Jessica Chavan lett tehát a második, Benedikte Drange pedig egy 6. és 2 második hely után Portugáliából Magyarországon rögtön futamot tud nyerni. Jessica Chavan Portugáliában egyszer második lett, egyszer pedig harmadik, legalábbis ezek voltak a dobogós helyezései, összetettben 4. helyen végzett. Most ő is a szezon legjobbját futja. So best place of the season for Benedikte Drange, best place of the season for Jessica Chavan. And Estelle Poré, after 3 straight wins in Portugal, still on the podium, finishing third, ahead of the number 25 boat Jona Borgström, fourth, and the number 94 Lou Dardia, fifth. A legvégén a 25-ös Jona Borgström az utolsó előtti körben megelőzte még Lou Dardiát, úgyhogy a sorrend 10.99-96, 25.94, Drange, Chavan, Poré, Borgström és Dardia. Now it's all over. The ladies are heading back towards the paddock.
Running in the wrong direction.
Right after race or just when you were during your race?
No, after the race I would have done
Because many riders just
No.
like this reaction.
During the race.
Andrzej Wisniewskit láttuk, erre senki sem kérte Andrzejt, és mégis megtette. de hát nagyon kanos, hiszen GP1-es futam következik. So everyone, this is Runabout GP1 with 16 riders from countries like Sweden, Hungary, Spain, Italy, Czechia, France, Poland, Slovakia, Estonia and Lithuania. All the riders are on Sea-Doos, and this will be just one memorable race for sure, as they're always good, always spectacular in the Runabout GP1s. És akkor jönnek vissza a start gyakorlat után a GP1-esek, köztük a tegnapi kvalit kihagyó magyar Kassa György 5-össel, akinek gond volt a motorjával, így nem tudott a szabad edzésen és az időmérőn részt venni, de a versenyen azért itt van. Mondom, őt 5-össel figyelhetjük majd, de hát itt nagyon sok jó versenyző van, akik már nyertek sokszor, vagy végeztek dobogón, mondhatnám 4-essel Samuel Johanssont, vagy mondhatnám 12-essel Pierre-François Tavellit, esetleg Petr Driakot, vagy Andrzej Wisniewskit, Linus Lindberget, mind-mind nagy nevek, Jeremy Perez, Franciaországból, Frolian Bardou, most csak egy pár dobogós az elmúlt évekből, és egyszerűen nem tudják egyelőre tűrtőztetni magukat, annyira húzzák a gázt. Tényleg úgy tűnik, hogy kanosak a fiúk. So one of the GP riders has to be moved by the marshals back, so some kind of engine issue or something similar during the practice start. I think it's Benjamin Booker with the Hungarian license in the number 6 boat, if I'm not mistaken, the yellow-black one, being pulled back onto the ramp.
Can you check if number 6 is not starting?
Yes, 1 minute.
So 15 of the 16 riders have already lined up. We have to make sure if Benjamin Booker is capable of joining in. He had this little problem during the practice start, so you have to find out whether or not he's capable of starting with the group of riders. If not, then without him, but we'll give it a go in just a short while.
If they go to the line, they can ask for the 2 minutes, but they need to go now. The 2 minutes when they are on the line, they can ask. If they are not on the line, they are not on the starting.
A szabály szerint, hogyha valakinek hirtelen műszaki problémája van, hogyha beáll a rajtgépbe, a gumiszalag mögé, akkor kérhet 2 perc időt az azonnali javításra. Ehhez azonban oda kell állni a rajthoz Benjamin Bookernek a 6-os hajóval. Ha nem áll oda, akkor a 2 percet ki sem kérheti a szabályok szerint. De a rajt procedúra már is elkezdődik. Láthattuk már itt akár a rajgyakorlat után, vagy az első köröknél, hogy a fiúk nagyon kanosan ébredtek, és mindenki alig várja, hogy a lovak közé csapjon. Úgyhogy nézzük, mi sül ki ebből. City engines are now running, as we can all see and hear. Fingers on the throttle. And let's see the rubber band. It will be released right now. Oh my goodness, what a start we could see from the second to the inside position. And on the outside, from the splashing water is almost impossible. The guys on the very outside, really near the shore of the lake, who could get some precious positions, while of course the inside looks faster again. And in the inside split, as they will complete it, of course with an incredible pace, we will find out about the first three. Oh, that's gonna be tight, and it was tight on the outside of a split. At the exit, at the banana, and the race leader is Jeremy Perez, the number 86 boat, followed by Kosa Gjörd in the number 5, Samuel Johansson in the number 4, Pierre-François Savelli in the number 12, Andrzej Wisniewski in the number 25, Pierre-Paolo Terreo in the number 14, and Petr Triak in the number 17. That's how it looks like, and the splashing water is really everywhere. It feels like raining, honestly. Sound is crazy. And Jeremy Perez had a great start. It's first focusing on the lap times. Hardly any categories can drop below 130. And this will be 120 something or even better. Jeremy Perez, the number 86. And the lap time was, oh my God, 109.85. 109. What a pace Jeremy has here. Kosa Gjörd is second, 111. Samuel Johansson third, 112. Pierre-François Savelli fourth, 113. Gyilkos tempót mennek ezek a GP1-es képek. Jeremy Perez vezet 86-ossal, a francia az első, aki 1 perc 10 másodperc alá nyomja a köridőt, 1.09.85-tel. Kosa Gjörd a második 5-ös rajtszámmal 1.11.44, Samuel Johansson a harmadik 4-es rajtszámmal 1.12.73. Now Jeremy Perez, compared to his best lap, lost 6 seconds. 1:15.75, and György Kosa was 1:14.27. So the best we can say about the Hungarian is that he was 1.5 seconds faster than the first place Jeremy Perez in the last lap. Kosa György 1,5 másodpercet tudott hozni Jeremy Perezen, ami jelen pillanatban igen közel tartja őt 2,1 másodpercen. De azért a jetskiknél tudni kell, hogy az előzés sok szempontból bonyolultabb, mint bárhol máshol, hiszen Ugye, ha autóversenyről beszélünk, ha valaki eléggé közel ér, akkor érvényesül a szélárnyék, és onnan nagyon könnyű kibújni. Nos, a jeteknél ugye minél közelebb van valaki, annál zordabb körülmények között kell előzni, gondoljunk a fröcskölő vízre és a hullámokra, tehát egy bizonyos távolságnál közelebb menni az azért elég húzós körülményeket teremt, úgyhogy csak azért értékeljük ezt a 2 másodpercet, ez pont egy olyan különbség, aminél még látótávolságon belül van, de mondjuk lát valamit legalább majd Kassa György. Nem a legjobban húzta az utolsó kanyarnál Jeremy Perez a gázt, Kassa György viszont lelassulni látszik, legalábbis itt az utolsó kanyar kijáratánál, mintha nem húzta volna teljesen meg, és veszít is Kassa György 3 másodpercet Jeremy Perezzel szemben. Volt változás a 6., 7., 8. helyen. Matthias Sziemann a 77-es számú gépen 2 pozíciót is előre tudott lépni. Petr Driákat és Pierpaolo Terreót megelőzve jön föl az észt 6-nak. So Matthias Sziemann up to P6 ahead of Petr Driák from Czechia and Pierpaolo Terreo from Italy. So Petr is currently 7th, Pierpaolo is 8th. All ahead of Ruben Jimenez Riquelme from Spain, Florian Bardu from France, Alessandro Fracasso from Italy, and Linus Lindberg from Sweden, completing the top 12 out of 16 riders. In the end, if I forgot to mention this, let me confirm that the number 6 boat with Benjamin Booker had to stay away from the start due to mechanical problems, so Benjamin wasn't able to line up for the start. He's been out from Moto 1. Oh, that's a close one. Let's see the fight of Andrzej Wisniewski and Matthias Sziemann. Oh, that's looking good. We're watching number 25 and 77. Nézzük 77-essel Matthias Sziemannt és 25-össel Andrzej Wisniewskit. Onnan lehet őket meglátni, hogy a tó jobb oldalán a nézőtértől nézve most mennek egy sárga bólya, majd még egy sárga bólya mellett, és most fordulnak majd jobbra annál a dupla sárgánál, aztán balra a pirosnál. Remélem, hogy mindenki tudta őket azonosítani, mert azt a csatát fogjuk most követni szerintem ebben a körben. Wisniewski és az ész között most vannak a tó tőlünk legtávolabbi végén, és aztán egy komolyabb tempó, amit tudnak húzni, mikor megérkeznek majd a sárga jobb kanyart követően a splithez, ahol meg kell hoznia majd azt a döntést Sziemannak és Wisniewskinek, hogy melyik splitbe menjenek be. És mivel mindig vannak új nézők, akár az online streamen, a YouTube-on, vagy itt a helyszínen, azért időnként megismételjük ezt. Bocsássák meg, akik ezt már kívülről fújják, hogy a pálya bizonyos szakaszán mindig vannak úgynevezett splitek, vagyis kettéváló pályaszakasz, ahol bármelyik irányban el lehet menni. Ennek a hosszát a versenyigazgatóság időről időre csekkolja, hogy nehogy eltérő legyen, ahogy mozognak a bóják. Andrzej Wisniewski jön ki Matthias Sziemann előtt. What a fight between Sziemann and Wisniewski. Sziemann on the outside. Oh, that's close. Oh, that's a manly battle between the two, the German and the Estonian. And here they go. And on the inside, Wisniewski loses position to Sziemann. Oh, that was cool racing from Matthias Sziemann. And imagine that this happens under these conditions on a high speed. How can they control everything? The buoys, the water, the speed, the waves, the control of the boat, all together. And look at how Matthias Sziemann could overtake Andrzej Wisniewski. Amazing, but the battle is far from over. eszelős csata zajlott. Remélem mindenki látta az előzést, aki figyelte Andrzej Wisniewski és Matthias Sziemann csatáját. 25-ös, 77-es, most már fordított sorrendben. De ez a csata még bőven folytatódhat tovább, és azért gondoljunk bele, hogy ilyen tempónál figyelve a hullámokra, a fröcskölő vízre, a bójákra, és közben újabb pozíciót veszített a lengyel. So Andrzej Wisniewski has lost a bit of a rhythm, I think. And now behind him, we have Florian Bardu as Petr Driak could overtake Andrzej Wisniewski as well. Petr Driak is megelőzte 17-es rajtszámú hajójával Andrzej Wisniewski 25-ösét, tehát Andrzej most minden körben úgy tűnik veszít egy pozíciót, itt pedig már a mezőny alja, 63-assal Linus Lindberg, egyelőre kék zászlót kap, tehát nagyon lassúnak tűnik, ahogyan a 11-es Martin Dulik is szintén Csehországból, 4-essel már Samuel Johansson, az időmérő győztese közeledik hozzánk. Here comes the blue flag for some of the riders as Jeremy Perez and Samuel Johansson are keep fighting for that first position, if we can call this a fight, as Jeremy Perez from France has a decent 12.3 second advantage over Samuel Johansson, as György Kassa has already dropped back to third as the best Hungarian. Pierre-François Savelli, 3 seconds behind György Kassa. Then Matthias Sziemann, Petr Driak, Andrzej Wisniewski, Florian Bardu to complete the top 8. Legjobb magyarként 5-ös rajtszámmal Kassa Györgyöt figyelhetjük majd, miközben Matthias Sziemann jön itt 77-essel, Petr Driak üldözi, és emlékezzünk csak rá, hogy milyen közel voltak itt még nemrég egymáshoz Sziemann, Driak vagy éppen Wisniewski. Wisniewski egyszerűen veszített a ritmusából és a tempójából, és 4-5 kör megtétele után az előnyéből már nagyon komoly 10-15 másodperces hátrány gyűlt össze. Florian Bardu megy el közben 91-essel, és folyamatban a kék zászló lengetése, mert hogy Jeremy Perez teljesített újabb kört, ami 1:20-22-es idő. Használja valaki, amely nem jelent mást, mint egy bójahibát, amit most Domantas Vaznis, a litván versenyző volt kénytelen kijavítani. Ha egy versenyző eltéveszt egy bóját a pályán, és ezt észreveszi, akkor van lehetősége a fekete javító bóját megkerülve ezt a hibáját kvázi kijavítani. Ha azonban ezt nem veszi észre, ám a bójabírók igen, akkor ennél sokkal komolyabb büntetésre számít. Hát olyan ez, mint a NAV-nál az önkorrekció. Meg lehet tenni. Kassa György lassul le, és a magyar versenyző sajnos csak szötymörög itt a torony előtt, miközben kénytelen elengedni mellette szinte a teljes mezőnyt. Ahogy mondtam, Kassa György rajthoz sem tudott állni tegnap a szabad edzésen, valamint az időmérőn, hiszen motort kellett cserélni a jetjén, vagy javítani, de ez a motor ez nem funkcionál tökéletesen, már az első körökben úgy tűnt, hogy Kassa Gyuri rendben lesz, de sajnos itt a táv második felében lelassul, és lecsúszik ezáltal a dobogóról, amit 12-essel Pierre-François Savelli örököl meg tőle, és hát persze mindenki más egy pozícióval előrébb keveredik általa. Matthias Siemann is now fourth, following the exit from the race of the Hungarian number 5, György Kassa, due to engine problems again. György Kassa couldn't start at the practice or the qualifying. He had to change engine on his AQUABIKE, which seemed to be okay at the first part of this race, but it breaks down again. So unlucky for György Kassa and the Hungarian fans. This is Martin Dulik, the number 11 bolt from Czechia. And everybody, including Martin, has an extra position after György Kassa's retirement from the race. And I'm just still staring at the computer, telling that the best lap was 109.85, 109. How is that physically possible to go that fast in full throttle? It is really hard to imagine. However, we all know it is impossible to maintain that pace throughout the 20-minute race. So they need one or maximum two races on full throttle on 100%, and then have to pull it back to some 80% so that the physical aspect can be maintained throughout the race. Non-stop kékzászlózás van a toronyból, hiszen egyre másra körözik a versenyzőket az előállók, és már nem csak az előállók, az az igazság. Most jött el Pier Paolo Terreo 18-assal, aki már szintén bőven körön kívül van. Egyébként Jeremy Perez, Samuel Johansson és Pierre-François Savelli már 12 kört teljesítettek, a többiek pedig 11-nél, 10-nél, illetve van, aki még csak 9-nél tart, tehát van, aki többszörösen már a lekörözés sorsára jutott. Kassa György pedig végig megy, már félrehúzódva, de nem hagyja abba a körözést a pályán. A 20 percesre tervezett futamból, egészen pontosan a fehér zászlóból hátra van még 2 perc. Magára a versenyből inkább 4-5 körülbelül. Továbbra is Jeremy Perez vezet, a 86-os számú jetskit érdemes figyelni, abban ül vagy azon ül a versenyt vezető francia. És hát továbbra is elképesztő számadat, ami itt a komputeren kiégeti az ember retináját, hogy képes volt ezen a pályán 1 perc 9,8 másodperc alatt végig húzatni magát Jeremy Perez, akinek azért a köridejei jellemzően ezután már 1.20-on belül ritkábban, 1.20 és 1.25 között gyakrabban voltak. Fel lehetne tenni a kérdést, hogy aki 1.09-es köridőre képes, az utána miért megy a táv nagy részében 1.20-as köröket, de hát ennek az az oka, hogy aki ezt a lovat meg akarja lovagolni, annak iszonyatos erőbevetésre van szüksége, tehát fizikailag lehetetlen padlógázon vagy nyélgázon végig csinálni egy-kettőnél több ilyen kört, úgyhogy alapvetően a teljes versenytávra azt mondanám, hogy olyan 80%-os tempóval, vagy 80%-os erőbevetéssel mennek, ezt különben egyszerűen nem bírják el. Az elején ahhoz kell a villám tempó, hogy mindenki a jó pozícióját megszerezze, és aztán óhatatlanul visszavesznek egy kicsit. Ez azért sokkal nagyobb fizikális igénybevételt jelent, mint akár a motor vagy az autóverseny, és hát persze a hullámzó, a zajos pályán sem lehet már olyan tökéletes köröket menni, mint a legelején. És miközben ezt elmondom, rövidesen eljutunk a 20 másodperces időhatárhoz, vagyis nem sokára Jeremy Perez már látja a fehér zászlót, és látja az utolsó kört maga előtt. From Italy overtook the rival Italian, the fellow Italian Alessandro Fracasso for the 8th position. Here comes Matthias Siemann and Petr Driak. But more importantly, here come the race leader, Jeremy Perez from France. The number 86 boat has been shown the white flag. So 1 minute and 10 seconds for Jeremy Perez before he will be announced as Moto1 race winner in Runabout GP1. The last lap for Andrzej Wisniewski from Poland. And all eyes on the number 86 now for Jeremy Perez. And Jeremy, of course, will have his 4th race win out of 4 on the European Championships. He won all 3 back in Portugal, and he's going to win that first one here in Győr-Zámoly. And again, it's the number 86, Jeremy Perez, winning the race in Runabout GP1. Congratulations for the dominant performance for the Frenchman. Jeremy Perez Portugáliában mind a 3 futamot megnyerte, így értelemszerűen magát a Grand Prix-t is, és most is elhódítja rögtön az első győzelmet, és megszerzi a maximális pontot, úgyhogy 4-ből 4 Jeremy Perez neve mellett, miközben megérkezett Pierre-François Savelli, és várjuk Samuel Johansson nem sokára. So, completed race for Petr Driak and for Matthias Siemann as well. And after some 25 minutes of incredible racing in Runabout GP1, the race has just come to an end. És akkor még fel sem ocsúttunk, és már is megyünk tovább a Runabout GP1 után, következik a Ski GP1 mezőnye. A Ski GP1, ami most következik, azért különleges, mert ez az egyetlen olyan kategória, ahol több nevezés érkezett, mint ahány jetski felállhat egy futam rajtjához. A problémát úgy kell és úgy lehet megoldani, hogy két csoportban, két 13-as csoportban, mert egy valaki végül kivált, kezdték meg a kvalifikációt, ahonnan az összesített eredmények alapján a legjobb 18 bejutott a mostani Moto1, Moto2, Moto3-ba, a többiek pedig egy utolsó kvalifikációs esélyt kapva még egyszer kijöhettek 10 percre a vízre, és így alakult ki a 22-es mezőny, amely azt is jelentette, hogy 4-en, akik beneveztek ebbe a kategóriába, egyáltalán nem is állhatnak rajthoz. And now, a few words about the Ski GP1 category. As we had 27 riders who have been registered for this one, we needed to make 2 qualifying groups. And from the 2 qualifying groups, in the end, and at first we had 18 riders qualifying for the races, and we had then a last chance for qualifying for the 8 slowest riders, and the top 4 have joined that 18 riders from the first qualifying, so that is completing the group of riders of 22 guys out there. Not more than 22 is allowed to race, so we had to say goodbye to 4 of the riders, not to mention the fact that we had a accident during the qualifying, and that accident from Michael Perret not only put him out from the pole position, but he needed to retire from the whole weekend due to his severe shoulder injury. So right now he's up with us in the tower as the rider's representative. But more importantly, talking about the race and the professional part, he will be missed from the pole and from the races. However, the rivals are still there, with the Belgian Quinten Bosch, the Frenchman Valentin Dardia, and Jaden J. Richardson from Australia. These are the top 3 riders who had been qualified from yesterday, so they could pick their starting positions accordingly. Can you imagine more fun, more excitement, more spectacular start for any jet ski or aquabike event than this one? When 22 GP1 ski machineries have been lined up all together, side by side, just inches or what, like half a meter separating them at the start. And of course, they have to keep that in mind, that they have to maintain the lane. Maintaining the lane means that they cannot direct their jet skis to the right or to the left to create dangerous situations for others. They cannot push each other until a certain point after the start. So it's really stressful. They really have to focus on the reaction time and the acceleration after the start, especially when there are 22 of them. And now the start is coming. And here they go. The ones who didn't have a perfect reaction time are already some 20 or 30 meters behind, but we're just trying to make it out who's going first, who's going second. It's almost impossible. The front runners are all on the inside. That means that from the left back of the starting group, they could get a lot. We have Tomás Bento from Portugal going way behind anybody else. And as the first lap will be completed, we have the 98 boat and the Belgian Quinten Bosch leading ahead of Valentin Dardia in the number 8 boat, ahead of the Australian Jayden J. Richardson. So the top three of the qualifying is currently sitting in the top 3 positions. And however, we had a minor collision at the exit of the split. All 2 riders involved are okay. So the number 30 boat with Tana Vidmole, as well as the number 4 boat with Tana Vidmole, they look okay. Again, we have someone in the water, but luckily, if that can be called lucky, in a position where he will hardly be harmed, so he has time to get back on his aquabike. And there is one more rider approaching to the scene, Tomás Bento from Portugal, but he can realize, he can get the visuals on the accident, so there's no obstacles. And Xavi Passler can get back on the ski GP1 jet ski. Quinten Bosch, the Belgian, is running with a great pace, and the advantage over Valentin Dardia was 2.3 seconds at the previous measuring. And right now, from the 2.3, I think it will be 3 to 4. However, the timing system is not giving us any fresh information. Elképesztő rajtot vett a belga Quinten Bosch. És akkor gyorsan hadd mondjam el a magyar nézők kedvéért is, hogy nagyjából itt milyen információk hangoztak el. Ugye Morgan Poréval kezdtem, aki egyébként a riderek képviselője, és nagyon sokszor itt a toronyban képviseli őket, és mondja el az észrevételeit. Nos, ma egész nap a toronyba szorul szegény, hiszen már ebben a kategóriában néhány tizeddel megverte Quinten Bosch, aki most vezet, és övé lett a polpozíció, de már ennek az időnek a birtokában egy hatalmasat esett az utolsó kanyarban, és kificamodott a válla, amely miatt egyáltalán nem tud rajtozálni Mikel Poré, vagyis szinte biztos, hogy nem csak a magyar Grand Prix-t, hanem ezzel az idei Európa-bajnokságot is bukta. Quinten Bosch pedig ezzel visszakapta az első helyet, és ezt most a rajt után realizálja is, úgyhogy a belga vezet, a második helyen 8-assal Valentin Dardia halad, de a hátránya, ha nem is tetemes, de azért nőtt 5,5 másodperc, tehát 98-as elől, 8-as a második helyen. Az ausztrál, de azért mégis az EB futamokon résztvevő Jayden J. Richardson pedig a 111-es számú jetskiben 10 másodperces hátránnyal a harmadik helyen közlekedik. Ugye van japán versenyzők is, Soshi Sato személyében, aki a 78-as jetskivel a 7. helyen van. És nagyon örülünk annak, és ez elhangzott tegnap a megnyitó ünnepségen, hogy a magyar nagydíj, amelynek helyszíne korábban a keleti határmenti Levelek tava volt, most pedig már harmadik alkalommal a győzelmai bányató, szóval egyre növekvő presztízsel bír, és egyre több nemzet jazzkisei gondolják úgy, hogy érdemes ellátogatni Magyarországnak erre a részére. Így aztán egy csomó új nemzet tűnik föl, japán versenyzővel sem emlékszem, hogy találkoztunk volna valaha a magyar nagydíjak történetében, ahogyan ugye Szaúd-Arábiától Tájföldig, sőt Nagy-Britannia is bizonyos szempontból újoncnak mondható, érkeztek versenyzők ide a győrzámai bányatóra, és hát beszéltünk róla, hogy itt érdemes figyelni a zajra, érdemes figyelni a látványra, de akik igazán szeretik a versenyzést, azok szerintem még az illatra is figyelhetnek, akiket megcsap a benzingőz, főleg itt a hosszú egyeneseknél, azok tényleg hamisítatlan versenyt érzékelhetnek minden érzékszervükkel. Öt és fél perc telt el, Quinten Bosch vezet növekvő előnnyel, már majdnem 7,5 másodperccel Valentin Dardia előtt. So we have Jaden J. Richardson passing by the tower. And this was just a great lap for Quinten Bosch. The race leader Belgian in the number 98 board has opened the gap to over 11 seconds ahead of Valentin Dardia from France. And Jaden Richardson has an extra 2.5 seconds. I would say that the Australian in the number 111 boat has a realistic chance to try to climb up one position ahead of Valentin Dardia. Let's see if he can do something for it. Behind him in P4 we have the Austrian Kevin Reiterer, followed by the number 7 Morgan Poré. Then in the 328 boat in P6, Matthias Reinas, followed by Matteo Benini in P7 and Kertokas in P8. The other Belgian rider, Joni Hamelin, 8 positions behind the race leader Quinten Bosch, is currently 9th. To the number 4 boats, the blue flag came. It's Tanavin Mole from Thailand. Not quick enough to dream about a podium place, but behind him, some faster riders came, like Kevin Reiterer, who will overtake the Thai rider with his Kawasaki in just a short while. Here comes Morgan Poré in the number 7, and then Matthias Reinas in the number 328. And Matthias Reinas and Morgan Poré are quite close to each other inside the 3 seconds. And that also will be a good fight. Matteo Benini on the inside, Kertokas on the outside. We could see the number 25, Alec Indeli, winning one position, overtaking the number 99, Belgian youngster Joni Hamelin. So Joni goes back to 10th, Alec Indeli comes up to 9th. Here goes Valentin Dardia, but he's just not capable of getting any closer to Quinten Bosch. The Belgian is really confident with a lead of 18 seconds. That's really looking good, and I believe that Valentin Dardia in the number 8 boat has to focus more onto defending his position. And now not Jaden Richardson, but Kevin Reiterer, because that's a great improvement right now, that the Austrian Kevin Reiterer could come up to the podium. And now third after overtaking the Australian number 111 boat, Jaden J. Richardson. So Kevin Reiterer, who have pushed from the first lap till the very last during the qualifying to get a better starting position, does everything during the race to try to improve his positions. And there he goes, now in P3. So Quinten Bosch bid another lap. It was 1:30.2. And just for us to be able to make a comparison between Quinten and Valentin. So again, 1:30. Let's call it 1:30.3 for Quinten Bosch. And compared to 1:30.3, Valentin was 1:33.8. So just in this last lap, Quinten was 3.5 seconds faster than Valentin Dardia. And for sure from now, Valentin will focus on trying to keep Kevin Reiterer behind his back. And that's not an easy task. I would strongly suggest everyone to focus on the number 8 and number 90 boat with Valentin Dardia and Kevin Reiterer, because the pace of Kevin is just amazing and he has every chance to try to come up to second. Okay, here they come. Let's see the positions of Valentin Dardia in the number 8 and Kevin Reiterer in the number 90 boat. It's really close, really close. Look at them. Valentin Dardia and Kevin Reiterer on the very outside, trying to get a better speed without a waves, without a splashes, some kind of clear water. That is exactly what Kevin Reiterer is looking for. And look at the dynamics the Austrian shows, the way he's just moving the balance, moving the boat, and oh, he is in the water! Kevin Reiterer! Hey! And it's a terrible position. He's just waving, and everybody has to realize that Kevin Reiterer has just fallen into the water, and the marshals had to head straight onto Kevin, who is actually swimming away from the dangerous zone. But this was just the bottle we were focusing on, and Kevin Reiterer have just lost it, lost the balance, and fell into the water. Now he's been rescued by one of the quick reaction marshals. Poor Kevin Reiterer. He was in a big fight. He was in a good position to get even to P2, and then look what happened. I was just mentioning the dynamics. Everybody could see how strong he pushed it, but he pushed it too much in the end. Hát ez óriási volt Kevin Reiterer, hatalmas harca, csúnya véget ért, és hát először is mindenki láthatta, hogy elképesztő dinamikával billegtette maga alatt a jetskit, és helyezte át a testsúlyt, és tényleg a határon jetezett, hogy utolérje Valentin Dardiát, és erre minden esélye megvolt, és megvolt a terve is, hiszen láttuk a célegyenesben, hogy nem az ideális íven, hanem inkább tiszta vízen próbált szélesebben gyorsítani, és amikor nagyon-nagyon közel ért Valentin Dardiához, akkor a második pirosnál eldobta a hajót, és a vízbe esett. Ráadásul olyan helyen, ahol elég nagy sebességgel a nyomvonalon jöttek a jetek, úgyhogy mindent megtett, hogy a biztonságát megőrizze, integetett, próbálta jelezni, hogy ott van a vízben, miközben a másik karjával, a nem integető karjával elkezdett kifelé tempózni a pályáról, és aztán megjöttek a marsalok, és ki tudták őt menteni, de hát ebből a második, harmadik helyből, ami egy nagyon jó kiindulási pont lett volna Kevin Reiterernek, ebből most már nem sok minden lesz. So, nearing the end of this 15-minute race, the white flag is already out. And the white flag for Quinten Bosch is good news, as he can complete his mission to win this race in Moto1 at Győr-Zámoly. Looking back to Portugal, Quinten Bosch was the race leader both in Moto1, 2 and 3. So there are no significant changes considering the race winners list, which is a very short list and consists of only one name, and that is Quinten Bosch. And of course, falling into the water for Kevin Reiterer means that the Australian Jaden J. Richardson won the third place back from the Austrian, while Morgan Purley, Matthias Reinas, Matteo Benini and all the others could come up one position. Kevin Reiterer has just started the last lap, and we're all waiting for the race winner. Here comes the Belgian, and now four-time race winner, Quinten Bosch from Belgium. Flawless. The performance is flawless for Quinten. And way behind him, as everybody's been given the checkered flag, we're waiting for Valentin Dardia in the number 8 boat to finish second. And he would arrive in just a blink of an eye. There he comes. The last two reds for Valentin Dardia before completing this first race and finishing second, Valentin Dardia. The third place finish is expected from Jaden J. Richardson from Australia. But the 111 boat is still out there. There he goes, Kevin Reiterer. And we're waiting for two more guys to come in to complete the list, with Kerto Kaase from Estonia, and lastly Alec Endeli in the number 25 from Switzerland. So, final order in ski GP1. The winner is Quinton Bosch. The silver medalist is Valentin, and the bronze medalist is Jay Richardson. Of course, we're not giving medals for these performances, but we're giving points. And after Moto 2 and 3, the overall standings of the points will give us the Grand Prix podium. That's where the medals and the gifts will be handed over. Azért két GP1-es futam után ránk fér egy pici csend. Azért a kísérői zenét nem fogjuk most meghallgatni. Ezzel szemben rágyúrunk az ebédszünet előtti utolsó versenyre, amely majd a Runabout GP2 lesz. És azért ennek megvan a maga praktikus oka, hogy az eredeti sorrendet némiképpen felbolygatva miért került a Runabout GP2 ide a délelőtti program végére. Ennek az az egyszerű oka, hogy ezeknek a GP2-es fiúknak megvan az a szokás, hogy széttúrják a pályát. És amikor a pályát széttúrják, és utána be van időzítve egy következő verseny, akkor nekünk fő a fejünk, hogy lehet nem elcsúszni, és mégis minden bóját a helyére rakni. Ez egy ilyen randalírozó brigád, így kell őket elképzelni. Úgyhogy praktikus okokból a Run GP2 bekerült most mindig a félnapi vagy a napi program végére, hogy miközben a fiúk ebédelnek, aközben a pályát helyre lehessen állítani. Hát persze elmondtam, aztán lehet, hogy most rászolgálnak arra, hogy majd bocsánatot kérjünk, és nagyon szépen esznek majd, és egy morzsa nem lesz az asztalon, de majd meglátjuk. So after GP1 races, both in ski and runabout, silence is gold. However, we're far from silent, I know. But we are just preparing for the last race of the morning program, and the last race will be Runabout GP2. That Runabout GP2 has been moved from the middle of the morning to the end of the morning for certain reasons. And the concept behind moving Runabout GP2s just before the lunch break, and that these guys are making mess, to be honest. No offense, but you can't imagine how many efforts we have to make on just fixing the boys after a regular Runabout GP2 race. So that's why we decided to do it during the lunch break. However, it's always possible that the guys will play a clean game. We will see. It's very crowded, so the starts will have high importance. And in Runabout GP2, let's see what happened yesterday. The pole position race, and of course the free practice was the following. Sorry for keeping a bit of a break, but things are happening up in the tower. And not to threaten anyone from the previous race, but the start is under investigations. Photos and videos have been downloaded from the system to make sure that no jump starts and no other problems were noticed at the start of the ski GP1 race. So we have to make sure that it all went smoothly and according to the rules. So as soon as we're going to finish the investigation, if we can call it that, we will give it a go for the last ride in run GP2. Azért tartunk egy kicsit szünetet, mert amikor ennyien rajtolnak egymás mellől, akkor ugye a verseny alatt egyszerűen nincs arra kapacitás a toronyban, hogy a rajt bonyolult folyamatosságát a szabályok szerint mindenki végignézze, aki ebben illetékes. Ugye itt két dolgot is nézni kell a startnál. Az egyik a jump start, vagyis a kiugrás, hogy volt-e bárki, aki a megadott jelnél hamarabb húzta a gázt, ez az egyik. A másik pedig ugye a sávtartás, amely szintén nagyon fontos szabály, hiszen képzeljük el, hogy egy-két arasznyira egymástól ezek a gépek elkezdenek menni egyenesen, ez az egyik úgy dönt, hogy akkor ő balra húz. Egy kicsit balra nyomja a mellette lévőt, aki kicsit balra nyomja a mellette lévőt, mint a dominó tudnak összeborulni, ahogy gyorsulás közben oldalról esetleg meglökik őket, és ez megakadályozandó, ugye van ez a sávtartási szabály, tehát ezt és a kiugrást vizsgálják meg, és mivel annyi esemény van, és szokott is lenni, így aztán a versenybírók figyelme verseny alatt nyilván a pályán van, most pedig visszatekerve a drón által készített és a parti felvételeket megpróbálják összerakni a képet, hogy mi történt a 22 versenyzővel a rajtnál, egyesével, és ha kell, akkor kiosztják majd a büntetéseket, úgyhogy egyelőre erre várunk, és amint ez lemegy, akkor megyünk a délelőtti program utolsó versenyére, a Run GP2-ra. So penalization is done, and there is one rider who has been penalized. Of course, it's not my duty to announce it, but for not maintaining the lane, sorry, a 25-second penalty has been given to the number 7. So that will be included into the results. So the final result will be slightly modified, I'm afraid. However, we have to check what the gaps were like. I can tell that Morgan Poré had an 18.25 race time, and with an additional 25 seconds, he will be dropped back to 8th to 9th position. And between 8th to 9, everybody else will win one position due to this penalization. So that's how it is. But for this upcoming race, let us tell you that Runabout GP2 is on one hand very crowded, on the other hand is always exciting to see, especially the start and the first 2 laps. So let's just see how it goes. Összesen 18 versenyzőt várunk a starthoz Észtországból, Litvániából, Csehországból, Olaszországból, Franciaországból, Portugáliából, Svédországból, Szaúd-Arábiából és Magyarországról. Utóbbi Justin Pacner, aki magyar licenszel versenyez, így a megszerzett pontok szempontjából, vagy ha úgy alakul a zászló szempontjából is ezen a hétvégén magyarnak számít a GP Touron. Mindjárt meglátjuk majd, hogy hogyan alakul a rajt. Hey. Kettő, három, négy. One. I hope the microphone is working. Sometimes it's on, sometimes it's off. So apparently we're having a minor technical issue with the microphone, but now it looks more or less okay. Not receiving the signals perfectly. However, what is really important is that we have results from yesterday from the qualifying in this Run GP2 category. Linus Lindberg from Sweden was the fastest in the number 63 boat. His lap time was 1:27.65, just 2/10 of a second ahead of Karol Puzelevich from Lithuania and Karl Keskula from Estonia. So let's see how it goes. It's the start, and the best start by far is for Karl Keskula. The number 17 boat will most probably be the first after the first lap. Karl Keskula was amazing at the start. He was third in the qualifying, but he's for sure now first in the race. The Estonian is now right into the split. Takes that sharp left, sharp right around the green boys. And as they're just heading towards the exit of the split, Karl will not be under heavy pressure unless from the blue split he will get some company. But no, Karl Keskula is in a good position and can maintain the lead. The Estonian following him in the number 77 boat, the other Estonian, Matthias Seemann. So Estonia can be happy. Two of their guys are in the first two positions, while the number 8 boat of Vasnis Domantas from Lithuania is coming third. Vasnis Domantas have a story from yesterday that I'm going to share with you pretty soon. But for now, let it be enough that Estonia, and Lithuania, so the Baltic states, are looking good after the first lap. Karl Keskula rajtja volt a legjobb, és Karl Keskula, aki harmadik, sőt, őszintén szóval igazából negyedik lett az időmérőn, csak aztán elvették Vasnis Domantas leggyorsabb körét, és följött harmadiknak. Ő kapta el a legjobban a rajtot. Mögötte egy másik észt, Matthias Seemann, Linus Lindberg pedig elég sokat veszített az első körben. Az első kör megtétele után Karl Keskula 17-essel vezet, majd 77-essel Matthias Seemann követi őt, aztán 8-as érkezik Vasnis Domantas, 7-essel Karol Puselevic, aki ezzel megelőzte Stefano Castronovót. Vagyis észt, litván a sorrend, és így a balti államok versenyzői kimagaslóan jól teljesítenek a GP2-es első futamrajtját követően. Hatalmasakat dobnak egyébként a hullámok a jeteken. Ezt kellett most átélnie a 15-ös rajtszámú francia Romain Bardounak, aki olyan hosszú időt töltött a levegőben, ami alatt biztos, hogy csak lassult ahhoz képest, mint hogyha a vízen húzta volna a gázt. So again, Estonia, Lithuania. That's how it looks like in the top 4 position, with Karl Keskula up front in the number 17 boat, followed by Matthias Seemann in the number 77. Then Vasnis Domantas in the number 8, which looks like rather number 88 than 8, but the 8 giving us a good idea of who he is. And then Karol Puselevic coming fourth. Linus Lindberg is trying to win back what he has lost after the start. So our Swedish pole positionist is now ahead of Justin Patsner and coming in P6. So Vasnis Domantas, the number 8 or number 88 boat. I'm sorry, in the meantime, we have the number 14, Mora Patrick from Estonia, taking the penalty board, losing 1 position, maybe 2. No, 1 will be enough, I think, for Mora Patrick. So, once again, during the qualifying, Vasnis Domantas had the fastest lap. And for a while, everybody thought that Vasnis will be, or would be, our pole positionist for today's first race. However, we have found out later that the best lap has been taken away from him. And so he was all of a sudden far away from P1 at the start. But we can see how and why he had the best time yesterday in the pole position race. So Vasnis is there again and trying to work himself back onto the podium, and he does well, currently third. Linus Lindberg in the number 63 boat. And behind him we have the number 16, Stefano Castronovo, and that means that Linus Lindberg won another position back from what he have lost at the start. He overtook Justin Potsner in lap 2. He overtook Stefano Castronovo in lap 3. Can he go even further? Linus Lindberg in the number 63 boat. And I would say that Karol Puzelevich can look behind his back, but he will not be very stressed as 14 seconds behind Karol Puzelevich. There goes Linus Lindberg, so 14 seconds, that's a lot. Mistake will be costly from the number 8 boat. Vasnis Domantas is one of the boys, and around the black one he goes. So he loses some time while Linus Lindberg is trying to get as close as possible to the number 7 Karol Puzelevich. Eight more minutes before the white flag. This is Nilan Briol. Now coming up to P8, Nilan Briol, after overtaking the Spanish Miguel Antonio de Oliveira. Keskula and Seaman, the two Estonians. Following them, the number 8, Vasnis Domantas. This is Stefano Castronovo, who has to take the black penalty boy, and the number 16 blue boat is back on track again without losing any positions. However, he will be under pressure by Justin Potsner in this lap. This is the rest of the group, with Wilmer Pettersson from Sweden in the number 54, followed by Manuel Reggiani from Italy in the number 33 in P13 and 14. And the blue flag is out as the race leaders are just passing the tower, with Karl Keskula and Matthias Seaman still leading the way. And the two Estonians are comfortably, I would say, defending each other's positions. But I believe that when it comes, the opportunity comes, they will do everything to try to get the best possible positions. Penalty boy for Linus Lindberg, and the chances of getting closer to the podium are more or less gone as we are into the last 5 minutes of this race. Jön a futam utolsó 5 perce, legalábbis a fehér zászlóig van még bő 5 perc, és aztán az utolsó kör. Linus Lindberg visszakapaszkodásának egy bólyahiba vetett véget, ami miatt a fekete korrigáló bólya körül tett egy kört, és gyakorlatilag minden esélyt elveszítette arra, hogy dobogóra tudjon állni, miközben azért itt a középmezőnyben is elég komoly csata zajlik. Méghozzá ott az olaszoknál Mattias Giraldo, Stefano Castronovo éppen megelőzték egymást. Történik mindez a 13-as, 16-os hajóval. Karl Keskula és Matthias Simon párosa, én nem mondom, hogy tisztelik egymást, de ez az 1,65 vagy 1,65 másodperc, ami kettejük között van, ez nehéz eldönteni, hogy bevédik egymást, vagy csak vihar előtti csend. Meglátjuk majd, hogy milyen kockázatot vállalnak, vagy mit hajlandók, mit tudnak tenni, hogy itt akár még előzés is legyen Matthias Simon részéről. So up front, still the two Estonian riders, Karl Keskula, 1.65 seconds ahead of Matthias Simon. That's really close. No mistakes are allowed for the race leader, Karl Keskula. He had a good start. He keeps on to this lead, but constantly under pressure from the fellow Estonian. Jönnek már a kékzászlós figyelmeztetések egymás után, és ugye a lassabb versenyzők itt a torony előtt a nagy hullámokon nagyon gyakran el is pattognak, emiatt akár egy picit elveszik a gázt, le is lassulhatnak, úgyhogy nagyon közel jönnek, szinte rájuk esnek a gyorsabbak. Éppen itt érnek össze Keskula, Simon, Puzelevic és Tomantas továbbra is az első 4 helyen, Lindberg az 5., Justin Pásner pedig magyar licenszel versenyezve hozhat egy 6. helyet és az ezzel járó pontokat a magyar Európa-bajnoki különítménynek. 2 perc a fehér zászlóig. Több pontján a pályának is érvényben van a kék zászló, nem csak a toronyból, hanem a kritikus helyen helyezkedő részmarsaloknál is kint van a gyorsabb elengedésére felszólító zászlójelzés, amelynek a be nem tartása komoly büntetéssel jár. Nyilván a legtöbb esetben ugye eleve a kék zászlós büntetést azok kapják, akik már lassabbak, tehát annyira nem fáj, de ezeket a zászlójelzéseket muszáj komolyan venni. A hullámok egyébként nem csak a nagy jetforgalom miatt, hanem a növekvő szél miatt is egyre komolyabb erőfeszítésre kényszerítik a versenyzőket. Már nem panaszkodhatunk, hiszen egyelőre az ígért viharok elkerülnek bennünket itt a győrszámai tavon, ahol is túl a 15 perces határon a fehér zászló mindjárt el. So just over the 15-minute mark, the white flag is now being prepared and has been shown to the race leader, to the number 17, Karl Keskula. And Karl Keskula is a heavy pressure, and on the inside is number 77, Matthias Siemann. And we can see all the efforts that Matthias Siemann is putting into trying to win that first position away from Karl Keskula. And the ideal from the number 77, Matthias, was to try to go to the inside, and then on the acceleration he wanted to beat Karl Keskula. However, Karl could maintain this position, and again a big fight for Mattias Giraldo from Italy in the number 9 boat, again under some threat to lose his position, but he could also keep that P9 on the last lap. So in less than a minute, Karl Keskula can, and I'm asking, will be the winner of this race. It's all up to Matthias Siemann's efforts now. And the split is the final decisive part of this race course. If Karl can survive the split, he can survive the race as a winner. And Karl Keskula is coming around the last red one, and the winner of the race from Estonia is Karl Keskula. Matthias Siemann comes in second. In the number 7 boat, we have Karol Puzelevich third, while Vasnis Domantas finishes fourth. A 17-es Karl Keskula megtartotta a vezető helyét, pedig még az utolsó kanyarban is Matthias Siemann bejött belőle, és arra számított, hogy icipicit is lelassul és lecsúszik az ívről Karl Keskula, akkor bedobta volna mellé a jetet, de Karl Keskula ott maradt a helyén az íven, és több előzési esély már nem adatott meg, úgyhogy Karl Keskula megnyeri a futamot. And now a checkered flag for all the rest of the riders, as only 3 of them are outside. One more penalty buoy completed by Pierre Marimatelli in the number 121 boat. And now it's all over. And it was a good race. It was a great win for Estonia, double podium for Estonia. P3, P4 for Lithuania. So the Baltic states performed extremely well. And so we can now head towards the lunch break, which is scheduled to actually now to 12:30. So we surprisingly announcing that we are for this one time ahead of the schedule. So you guys will be released for a short break. For information about the next 90 minutes in the schedule, You can guys see that we are ahead of the schedule, as I've mentioned. Well done, Tower, by the way. So instead of 12:30 at noon, we can go for lunch. The race director decided to keep a 90-minute break. So we're going to stretch it out as planned. So we have 1.5 hours of resting, eating, or engine testing. And let's just talk about the engine test, because the course will be open for all engine tests all the way through the lunch break. So we will keep at least one race marshal on the water at all times to make sure that the guys involved in the engine test are safe and secure. So that's how it is. See you guys back with racing in 1.5 hours. A torony nagy dicséretére fél órával hamarabb elkezdjük a szünetet. Köszönet mindenkinek, aki részt vett a flott lebonyolításban, az indítóbíráktól a részmarsalonokon át mindenkinek része van ebben, hogy ezúttal még egy fél órát le is tudtunk csippenteni az eredeti időtervből. Ezzel együtt a torony úgy döntött, hogy a megnyert időt nem fogja maga előtt görgetni, hanem kitolja 1,5 órásra az eredetileg 1 órásra tervezett ebédszünetet, ami azt jelenti, hogy a motortesztekre 1,5 órá rendelkezésre. Végig az ebédszünet alatt lehet kimenni tesztelni, természetesen részmarsalokat tartunk majd kint a vízen, ennek megfelelően, hogy a biztonságról gondoskodjunk, és akkor az eredeti időpontnak megfelelően folytatjuk majd tovább 13 óra 30 perces kezdettel. És akkor hello sátrazók, köszöntünk mindenkit a délutáni program kezdete előtt 13 perccel és 54 másodperccel. Nincs ennél komolyabb vagy több bejelenteni valónk, mindössze az, hogy tartjuk magunkat a meghosszabbított ebédszünetet követő pontos újrakezdéshez, vagyis 13:30-kor várjuk majd a délutáni session első adag kedves versenyzőjét, hogy legyen, hogy drága fáradjon a starthoz és kezdje meg szereplését a Moto2-ben. So dear racers, dear pilots, we are just 12 minutes away from the restart of the schedule, and in Moto2, according to the schedule, the original schedule, we would like to start with the first race at 1:30, so please be ready for the start in 12 minutes. So 1 minute to go. Monsieur Christian Arnaud is expected to come to start the timekeeping in the tower. Christian, please come. We would like to start the races in just half a minute. És akkor szeretettel köszöntünk mindenkit az ebédszünet után. Mindenki kipihenve 1,5 kiló marhahússal nehezebben, de azért a Ski GP 3 futamát csak megpróbáljuk elkezdeni egy hangyabokányi csúszással. Jön tehát a Moto2, vagyis a 3 futamból álló magyar nagydíj második köre, minden kategória, köztük most a Ski GP 3 is a második versenyét kezdi el. 7-es rajtszámmal az eddig minden sessiont megnyerő szlovén Leo Kete érkezik majd a kvali győzelme után simán övéletrajtcélgyőzelemmel a Moto1 is. A második helyen Szabó Barnabás, a harmadikon Mikael van Rijbroek, a negyediken Komogyi Lajos végzett. Ennek megfelelően a rajtpozíciókat ismét újraosztották, hogy a Moto2-ben akár Kete Leo biztosítsa a dominanciáját, magyar reményeink szerint megszorongassa őt. Mindjárt kiderül a 15 percesre tervezett futam végeztével. Ezügyben kicsit okosabbak leszünk. Most azonban a startgyakorlás után nem sokára fölállnak az első délutáni rajthoz majd a fiúk. So, welcome back everyone. Break. We will start again with this Ski Division GP, which was dominated by the number 7 Slovenian Leo Kete, winning both in the qualifying and in Moto1 race. So of course he will be our pole positionist again followed by Barnabas Sabo in the number 28 boat, and Michael van Rijnbroek from Belgium in the number 30 boat. Lajos Komonyi, who finished second after the qualifying, was fourth in the race. So there is much room to improve. And the big question is, will any of the Hungarians or the Belgian rider be able to get any closer to Leo Kete than they were during the last two sessions? So let's focus on the start again in Ski GP3. From the very inside, in the white boat, we can see the number 7 favorite La Kete from Slovenia. All the riders seem to be ready for another start here. And good reaction from the Hungarian. Barnabas away. He's accelerating away from everybody. Look at it first. Barnabas stuck in the first turn, and it doesn't seem to change any soon because Leo Kete's space and acceleration together puts him again in a good situation as they're going around the far yellow buoy and quickly approaching to the first split, which from the inside is obligatory, the green one. So they have to go around all the green buoys on the inside of the lake. And as soon as they're going to get to the banana, when the split ends, the advantage of Leo Kete will be even more calming for the Slovenian youngster. There he comes already with I would say 2.5 seconds ahead of Barnabas Sabo. While we have Michael. So the current race order is totally similar of the race, including the number 4 rider, Lajos Komonyi, in the number 54 boat. So nothing has changed since of this race in Moto 1. Simon Gergő in the number 26 boat coming 5th, followed by Milan Ratkai, also from Hungary, in number 25, and then Peter Martinez in 81. So Leo Keter from Slovenia had a 2.7 second advantage over the area Labash. That advantage will be bigger, 2.7. I would say around 3 and 4 seconds. Let's see what the computer says. Yes, it is 3.8 for Leo Keter. In P3, Michael van Rijnbroek is trailing by another 4.5 seconds. Followed by Lajos Konyi, Simon Átkai, and Péter Martinez. Rider number 8, who finished 5th in Moto 1, the on his Kawasaki, so he's out of the race, at least for Moto 2, and therefore we only have 7 riders out there going out for a 15-minute ride. Remembering the race in this category yesterday, as they kicked off in Moto 1, it was, I would say, pretty much the same, as there was no real chance for overtaking throughout the 15-minute session, and it looks like the same now. Behind Lajos Komonyi, we have the number 26 boat, Gergő Simon, in the 5th position, while the rest of the pack is left behind. The rest of the pack is now only one rider, Péter Martinez, but we know that Peter is just trying to get and find his pace, and the lap times he's running are not worse than the others, so we can't really expect him to be any faster than this. Of course, everybody needs time for improving. Everybody needs to get some experience on this level. So that is exactly what Peter Martinez is collecting right now. Here comes Peter Martinez and Milan Ratkai in P6 and P7. Once again, there were one more riders in Moto 1 in the Ski GP3 category. So with that, Marcus Erlach 7 remained. So compare these results, the standings to be precise, to the final results of the previous race. We can say that Peter Martinez could improve a little bit. So it's a big fight at the end of the pack between the number 25 and the number 81 both for Peter Martinez and Milan Ratkai. Peter looks a bit better than Milan for the moment, and it was the other way around yesterday. So the 11th minute, the P3 race in Moto 2. Second advantage on 7 to 6 seconds, separating Barnabas Sabo from Michael van Rijnbroek in P2 and P3. Then another 6 seconds for Michael van Rijnbroek ahead of Lajos Komonyi. So it is how it was yesterday. No real chances for overtaking. The positions are like they were put in concrete, no moves, no changes. It goes smoothly for Leo Kete, who is looking for another comfortable win. Az utolsó 2 perc kezdődik a fehér zászló, vagyis az utolsó kör előtt. És ami azt illeti, ez a futam ebben a kategóriában kísérteties hasonlóságot mutat az elsővel. A rajt után szinte azonnal, akár mondhatjuk, hogy el is dőlt, Leo Kete ismét gyorsabb a mezőnél, gyorsabb volt a startnál is, és újabb kört teljesít. 1.30.94-es leggyorsabb körére már közel sincs szükség. Most ilyen 1.35 és 1.37 közötti köröket repeszt a szlovén. Szabó Barnabás a második, Michael van Reynbroek a harmadik, Komonyi Lajos a negyedik. E tekintetben semmiféle változás nincsen. Markus Erlák ugye eleve kiesett, nem indult, így az 5. hely. Simon Gergőjé most, aki ott ugye 6. volt, tehát a sorrend valójában nem változik. Az egyedüli sorrendcsere az első versenyhez képest az, hogy most Péter Martinez Rátkai Milán előtt van, Milán pedig Péter Martinez előtt volt a 7.-8. helyen akkor a tegnapi versenyen. Úgyhogy nagyon úgy tűnik, hogy így vonatoznak be a nem sokára esedékes célba. We can say that the timing was just perfect for the race leader. Right on the 15-minute mark, Leo Kete crossed the line, so he was shown the white flag. He spared himself an extra lap in a decent advantage of 17 seconds ahead of Barnabás Szabó. So in just 80 seconds, I believe, 80 or so, Leo Kete will be announced a double race winner at the Hungarian Grand Prix. The marshals are already waving the red flag and the checkered is coming. Leo Kete won that race. He was a top favorite and made no mistakes, so that is 2 races and 2 wins, 3 out of 3, including the qualifying session for Leo Kete. And now the strong contender for the Grand Prix title. Barnabás Szabó came in second, Michael van Reybroek came in third, and Lajos Komonyi right now is officially fourth. As for now, it will not be very difficult to calculate the podium positions as Leoketa has 2 wins, Barnabas Sabo has 2 second place finishes, Michael van Rijbroek has 2 third place finishes, and Lajos Komonyi finished 4th 2 times. So before Moto 3, it's pretty much straightforward for these guys. Next up, we have Runabout GP4. Jön a Runabout GP4-es kategória. Azért 17-en várakoznak nem sokára majd a gumiszalag eltüntetésére, ami azért tisztes létszám lesz, főleg ez az iméntihez viszonyítva, és komoly verseny is várható, főleg úgy, hogy azért voltak változások a kvali az első verseny között. Egy erős Alex Paspalaut láttunk Matthias Zimannal, José Vainióval, vagy adott esetben Karl Keskulával, akit ugye láttunk már az erősebb gépekkel is most versenyerni, vagy Grantas Gurksnis 5. helyét is említhetném, és hát nagyjából ez az 5-6 versenyző volt érdekelt a kvali első pozícióiban is, szóval én azt hiszem, hogy 5-6-an bőven eséllyel pályáznak majd dobogóra a Moto2-ben mindjárt kezdődő versenyre. Next up, we have Runabout GP4 in Moto2. The race winner from Spain, Alex Palau, is again there. The number 18 boat collected the maximum number of points from the race 1, followed by Matthias Seeman from Estonia and Jose Vainio from Finland. In Moto1, the Estonian Karl Keskula finished 4th, and Karl had a great race just earlier today in the bigger categories. Now he's trying himself again in lower categories in GP4, and we have Grantas Gurksnis with a 5th place and a Artem Multer from Estonia with 6th place. So these are the top 6 finishers from the previous Moto. We will see who can get closer to their dreams. Now practice starts for these 17 riders from Estonia, Lithuania, Italy, Spain, Hungary, Britain, Croatia, and Finland.
Ça, j'ai pas touché parce qu'on sait pas trop là.
It seems to me that Alex Palau from Spain, the winner of race 1, is the first to get to the starting position. Of course, he's going to go from the very left side of the starting gate. Next to him, I'm wondering which of the riders will line up. Normally, as we could see in the past races, whoever picked the second starting position, he picked the second from the left. It has not been always like this, but the middle of the pack doesn't seem to be that fast. So normally, from next to Alex, we would expect Matthias Siemann to start. I would suggest to focus the most on the two orange boats on the left side of the starting gate. On the very left, we have Alex Palau from Spain in the number 18. And in the second to left, we have Matthias Siemann from Estonia in the number 777. Reaction time and acceleration, the two most important factors after the start. And of course, good positioning. And off they go. And the best start is coming from the number 35 boat. It's Artem Mölter from Estonia. And I think that Artem Mölter's advantage is coming from the fact that Matthias Siemann and Alex Palau was watching each other so closely that they missed a little bit of the momentum at the start. And that's the moment where Artem Mölter gain a bit of an advantage. However, it's still a question if he's able to keep on to that good position. And I'm not sure that coming out from the split, he will be able to keep that position. But Artem Mölter is looking good. And he is the race leader for the moment. Second place for Jose Vainio, then Matthias Siemann. Alex Palau only fourth, followed by Karl Keskula. And then Erwin Ortner from Austria. So all credits for Artem Mölter with the best reaction. And his position was not ideal. I think he was fourth from the left, not even third. So he had to go a bit longer before the first left turn, but he did it. And he immediately built up an advantage of 3 seconds ahead of Jose Vainio, while we have the number 77 boat as well in a good position. Vainio, Siemann, Palau, Keskula, Ortner, Fenwick, Butkus, Lepp, Kurksnis, Leinsalo, Marovic, Hasner, Bordin, Cecere, Basengi, and Focesato. Arti Milter is coming first again. Then Jose Vainio, followed by Matthias Seaman, then Alex Palau, then the number 17, Karl Keskula, then the number 34, Erikas Butkus. Erikas Butkus won some good positions. The Lithuanian rider got ahead of Erwin Ortner. And also Kemili Lepp was able to win herself one position. Alfie Fenwick was dropped behind into P9 as Grantas Gurksnis following them in P10. And it's going to be not only exciting in this race, if Arti Milter can go from the start till the end and keep his P1, but it also has consequences to Moto 3, as Arti Milter was just 6th in Moto 1. If he happens to win this race, then finishing 6th and finishing 1st will give a good mix in the points. So it means that more riders will have chance in Moto 3 to secure a position on the Grand Prix podium. So that kind of opens up the race for more riders if there is not one or two dominant ones on the water. And now the middle of the pack looks really exciting now, as Leinsalu, Hasner, Marovic are quite close to each other. So now for Arti Milter, the task is to try to maintain this lead, but I think that Jose Vainio has a chance to get closer. The gap is now 3.3 seconds between Arti Milter and Jose Vainio. Then the other Estonian, Matthias Seaman, coming another 4 seconds behind Jose. Alex Palau, the winner of the first one, is currently 4th, and that is still very promising for Alex Palau, winning one race, finishing 4th in the second. But as I've mentioned, this will be even more excitement for Moto 3 if it stays like this. And now Grantas Gurksnis finds himself in a position where it was probable to make an overtake against Alfie Fenwick. Let's focus on Alfie Fenwick and Grantas Gurksnis, both number 75 and 5, and they are about to fight for that position. It's getting more and more exciting as Jose Vainio managed to reduce the gap between himself and the race leader Artem Ölter to merely 1.5 seconds. So Jose Vainio all of a sudden finds himself in a position where he can really, really hope for an overtaking. And that would mean for Jose that he could be the new race leader. Of course, Artem Ölter will be trying to defend his position. And look at the back in the middle of the race. Behind Erwin Ortner, Camille Lepp, Alfie Fenwick, and Gantas Gorksnes. And on the side, we have Camille Lepp losing a position to Gantas Gorksnes and Alfie Fenwick. Camille Lepp made a minor mistake, and that was costly. 2 positions behind. Artem Ölter looks back over his shoulder to be aware of the position of Jose Vainio. He can stretch a little bit away from the Finnish rival. An extra second he was able to add to his lead. It's 2.5 now for Artem Ölter. Matthias Simon by another 4.5 seconds behind Jose, while Alex Palau is 3.5 seconds behind Matthias in P4. Alfie Fenwick won a position from Erwin Ortner, the Austrian, in the number 160 boat. And however, we know that these fights are not for podium places, but it's really interesting to see for P6, 7, 8, and 9, there's a really tough battle going on for laps now between Alfie, Erwin, Grantas, and Camille.
La linea esterna non era bella, voglio capire se è una roba che non si capisce un cazzo o se c'è qualcosa che si...
There's not a lap going by without overtaking in the 6th to 10th position, and that is just nice to see how exciting this fight has become between Alfie Fenwick, Grantas Gorksnes, Camille Lepp, Erwin Ortner, and even Juri Zamarovic coming up in the number 77 boat from Croatia. Now Erwin Ortner dropped 2 positions back, and Grantas Gorksnes and Camille Lepp came up to P7 and P8 respectively. While on the top, Jose Vainio is working on maintaining the distance between himself and the race leader Arti Mölter, but that 1.5 second is the maximum that he can squeeze out for the moment. And he slowly will running out of time as we are now inside the 2-minute mark before the white flag is coming. Az utolsó percében vagyunk a Moto2 második versenyének. Ez a Runabout GP4, a legalacsonyabb osztály az ülős gépeknél. És nagyszerű versenyt látunk, mert azért őszintén szólva ritkán fordul elő ennyi előzés egy futam alatt a jetski világában, nyugodtan mondhatom így. Az lehet, hogy ez nem a dobogós helyekért zajlik, de igazából a 6. helytől lefelé 4-5 versenyző körről körre folyamatosan oda-vissza előzgeti egymást, és megint együtt vannak, és megint itt jönnek, és ez tényleg bármeddig elnéznénk, itt Grantas Gurksnis, Alfie Flemvik, Kimini Lepp, Jurica Márovics, kegyetlenül gyilkolják egymást most már hosszú-hosszú körök óta, miközben megint látunk egy előzési kísérletet. Megérkezik most jobb pozícióban 160-assal Erwin Ortner. White flag is out. And let's see who's coming in first. Now it's a 2.3 second advantage for Arti Mölter ahead of Jose Vainio. So Arti really made some big efforts to maintain that lead that he gained after the start. And he did it extremely well. So everyone, after finishing 6th in Moto1, the race winner is the boat number 35, Arti Mölter from Estonia. Second place goes to Jose Vainio from Finland. Third place, Matthias Simon from Estonia. Then the winner of Moto 1 comes in fourth, Alex Palau. Still, considering the combined points, Alex is in a good position. Erikas Butkus comes in fifth. And here's a bit of a gap, of course. And here comes the pack of riders who we've been focusing on throughout almost the entire race, as they've been giving and changing positions endlessly. And again, there is a good position from the exit of a split. Still was possible for Grantas Gurksnis to win that position away from Alfie Fenwick. And on the last turn, Grantas Gurksnis comes in sixth. Alfie Fenwick comes in seventh. Great move from Grantas. And then the rest of the pack with Kimi Lepp in P8 and Judit Samarovic in P9. Fantastic racing. Mark Hasner is P10. Following him, we have Kevin Bordin. And Kevin was apparently very happy, shaking his hands, shaking his fists, letting everyone know that he did something extraordinary. Richard Leinsalu was the 12th. Francesco Bassenghi is 13th. Then the Austrian Erwin Ortner, followed by the two Italians, Ayrton Cecere and Alberto Fochesato. So if I can give you a short recap of this runabout GP4, especially of the combined points after Moto 2, it's really exciting. Listen up. So The leader is Alex Palau with 43 points. We have two riders on 42, Jose Vainio and Matthias Zeman, and Arti Mölter is on 40 points. So 4 riders in 3 points before Moto 3. It's gonna be cool. Here I go. So, next up. Oh my fuck, ski GP4 junior side.
The 2 Ironman, there will remain only one. Highlander.
But just theoretically, if something would happen to any of these guys or the
second one is finished.
the Jets, can one start? If anything happens to the machines, can just one of them start and go all alone? Yeah.
Otherwise he gets no point. We need to get the point fast.
So, the next category, Ski Juniors GP4. This is a European category, and therefore it's a 15-minute race. Interestingly, there are only 2 riders in this category. We have Francesco Mariani from Italy, we have Marvin Bohuslav representing Hungary, Mariani in the 21, Bohuslav in a 77 boat. It has a story why these 2 remained as they are now, going all around in a race where actually the gap between the 2 guys is so big that basically they can feel all alone out there. But it is what it is, and of course we're supporting both of them. They can improve, they can just get experience. However, it's a strange experience, but it is a race as well. We give the points, of course. So let's see what comes for these 2. So let's see how it goes. We have Marvin Bohuslav on the inside and Francesco Mariani on the outside. Of course, already it's a big advantage for Marvin Bohuslav being able to start from a better position thanks to his performance in Moto 1 as he won over Francesco.
Ils sont bien sortis, je pense que c'est très bien là. Moi je t'abandonne, il n'y a plus de grosses catégories là, c'est fini. À quelle heure?
J'ai écrit le temps de départ.
As expected, Marvin Bohuslav is the first at the checkered line, followed by Francesco Mariani. It's a 6.5 second gap for the Hungarian.
Pozerá na nohy niečo. Lebo kúkal na nohy. Capito, ma ti ho detto usalo. Aha. Aha. Dobre, a títo Thajčania, to sú čo, jakáče? Oni vyzerajú na 13 a majú 35. To je tá najvyššia kategória. Denis, pozeraj sa. No, pozeraj sa. Podľa mňa bude lepšie. Áno.
So the number 77, Marvin Bohuslav, keeps pulling away from the young Francesco. And as monitoring the lap times, Marvin is 7 to 10 seconds faster in each and every lap than Francesco, and therefore it's an ever-growing gap between the two. And by now, as they are about to complete 2 full laps, plus 1, of course, after the start, it is already a 20-plus second advantage.
Podľa mňa menej to kavitie. A dám na to ten ritroj, vieš, čo mám. Takto si to vyskúšaš. A to 3,5 cm to má ešte viac vysunuté čonko. Áno, ale bude to doma. Nebude. Keď si v stredu bude. Ale keď sa dáš do začí a zaťažíš zadu, tak nebude. Len si musí to zmeniť 4 jazdy. Ancora gira intorno la boa. Non pensa a quella no. Veľmi pekne. Quella che sta qua. E poi si cava. Je to veľmi pekne. Nie vidieť, že by to trebovalo zadom. Ako verím tomu, že tam sú rezervy, že kebyže potrebuje vietor ešte zrýchliť. Ten styk vie, že ich viac na to robí. Kebyže mal takého supera. Ale pri tomto štýle to neodštílovalo.
So the guys keep on going in this Ski GP4 junior category. This time for only 2 of them have lined up for the starts. And it will conclude most probably in the same exact results as yesterday, both in free practice qualifying and of course Moto 1. As Marvin Bohuslav is still significantly faster than Francesco Mariani, but we can still give you information about how they can improve, and that's always important that they can improve throughout the races. So for example, the best lap yesterday in Moto 1 from Marvin Bohuslav was 1:35.45. And the best lap from Marvin is now 1:29.13. And of course Marvin is fighting for P1 and he's going to achieve it if nothing comes. But what is more important, I think, is that he found 6 seconds from yesterday till today. And this is a impressive development for Marvin Bohuslav. So 1:29.13. Luckily, we have 2 more laps, so Marvin Bohuslav can still make improvement if he wants to compared to his best lap, 1:19.13, while Francesco Mariani's best lap was 1:35.45. So I think they're more fighting with themselves than with each other. And maybe it is time to announce the next category, which will be the Runabout GP for ladies. No, Ski GP4. Correction, this will be Ski GP4. So Ski GP4, guys, you can prepare for the start as we have some 2 to 3 minutes before the end of this previous race. Jön a fehér zászló a 77-es Marvin Bohuszlávnak, és miután a két versenyzővel rendezett futamnál történetesen kettejük között elég komoly különbség van a köridőkben, a tempóban, így nagyon nem reménykedhettünk nagy versenyben, így inkább azt néztük meg most a verseny alatt, hogy saját magukhoz képest a fiúk mire képesek, akár csak mekkora fejlődésre az előző naphoz képest, és azt kell mondjuk, hogy ebből a szempontból azért igenis hasznosak ezek a versenykörök, hiszen például Marvin Bohuszláv 1.35-ös legjobb körrel nyerte a tegnapi versenyt, most pedig 1.29-es köre volt, ráadásul 1.29 eleje, tehát több mint 6 másodpercet képes volt tegnapról mára javulni, ami mindenképpen nagy dolog, ahogyan Francesco Mariani 1.35-ös ideje is azt jelenti, hogy azért lassan ő is lépeget nyilván előre, de hát fiatalemberről van még szó. A következő kategóriánk viszont a Ski GP4 lesz majd, ahol 11 ridert várunk majd a rajtoltatáshoz, és ugye, hogy már tegnap is beszéltünk róla, és hát be is igazolódott, Jászai Csongor és Dorian Jakobánec presztis csatája következhet. Nem tudom, hogy Markus Erlach rajtozál le, hiszen Markus Erlach kihagyta a mai első versenyt, hogy ez szándékos volt, és amúgy a gép rendben van-e, vagy a géppel van gond, ezt nem tudom, meglátjuk. Minden esetben Markus Erlach harmadikként végzett a Moto1-ben, Daniel Spotrivailo az egyetlen lett versenyző itt a nevezettek között, negyedik lett, utána még szlovén delikvens érkezett az 5. helyre, szóval jó kis mezőny lesz ez, főleg az első 2 helyen, és a kockás zászló most megállítja Marvin Bohuszlávot, aki a második versenyt is megnyeri. Francesco Mariani is láthatóan lerogyott szinte a jetre, elkészülhetett az erejével. Függetlenül attól, hogy van-e nagy verseny a vizen, vagy nincs, azért ezt végig kell tolni. Egy ilyen verseny még számukra is a rövidített futamidővel együtt közel negyedórás, úgyhogy fizikálisan is igénybe veszi a fiatalokat, akik közül azért még jó néhányal találkozunk majd a Ski Division GP3 3.2 és 3.3 futamoknál. Most azonban jön a Ski GP4. Now the practice starts will come to an end soon. As we see the ski GP4 riders, all 11 of them, if I'm not mistaken, shortly lining up for the second start in Moto 2. So here comes Dorian Jakopane, who of course tries to fight back for the defeat against Csongor Jászai. And Marcus Erlach is back after missing the first race. He was registered to earlier today to start here in Ski GP4. És akkor Jászai Csongor, jön Dorian Jakopánec, és persze többen is ott vannak a mezőnyben, de azért az elmúlt évek azt bizonyították, hogy kettejük között szokott ez a kategória eldőlni. Ami egy nagyon fontos pont itt a Moto2-ben, hogy abban az esetben, ha Csongi ezt is meg tudná nyerni, akkor ugye már legközelebb akár harmadik is lehetne. Most viszont mondhatjuk, hogy ez utolsó esély Dorian Jakopánecnek. Ha most Csongit legyőzi, akkor tényleg szinte szétlövés lesz majd a Moto3. Ha Csongi nyer, olyan helyzetben meg sem kell nyernie feltétlenül majd az utolsó versenyt. So the start in Ski GP4. The stakes are high. I'll give you the explanation of how the points can vary between the two top favorites, but let's wait for the start signal. There they go. Better start from Dorian than to Jászai. Dorian is in a good position. Jászai on the inside. Oh, what a battle side by side, these two. And Jászai, I think, was able to go a bit sharper. Dorian still ahead of him. Then big traffic on the outside. We will focus on that a little later. Let us just focus right now on Dorian and Csongi in P1 and P2. There were moments when we could think that Dorian Jakopánec has the better start, and then all of a sudden, right after the left turn, Csongi could full throttle and go a bit ahead of the Croatian rival. And as I can see, Csongor will be the first one to cross the checkered line after the first lap. And here comes the number 60. Csongor Jászai, again the race leader, followed by the main rival Dorian Jakopánec. And then we have the boat number 93 with Osman Min from Hungary, with Daniel Spotrivailo still hoping for a podium position. And finally at the very end, Grantas Gorksnis from Lithuania. So in the first and second lap, it's looking good for the Hungarians. or the ones who are actually riding and has been registered with a Hungarian license. Sorry. In P1, Csongor Jászai, in P3, Osman Min, and in P5, Kai van Sinden. All three of the guys are registered as Hungarians. Előnyt szerzett az első nem teljes kört követően, és ez a 3 másodperc, ez csökkenni biztos, hogy nem fog. Szerintem még egy másodpercet Csongi hozzá is fog tudni adni, és akkor a 3 helyett 3:48, 3,5-nek is jó lesz az. Úgyhogy mondom még egyszer, ha Csongi itt most duplázni tudna, az ugye azt jelentené, hogy megszerzi az 50. pontját is, miközben Dorian Jakobálnecnek csak 44 lenne, ami azt jelenteni, hogy az utolsó futamban Csongi egy 3. helyen is biztosítani tudná a Grand Prix győzelmét, ami azért mindenképpen jó hír a teljes mezőny tempóját figyelembe véve. In the front, we have number 60, Csongor Jászai. In the 6th minute of this race, Dorian Jakobálnec in the 2-3-6 boat. And with a 4.5 second advantage for the Hungarian. And the significance of this race for both Dorian and Csongi is huge, since, as we all know, Csongor Jászai was the winner of Moto1, while Dorian Jakobálnec finished second. Now, if Csongi can win another race, that would be a 50-point lead. I mean, a total of 50 points. And Dorian would have 44. And in this case, so again, if Csongi would win this race, it would be enough for him to finish not only second, but even third in Moto3 to secure the top of the podium on his home Grand Prix. So with this win, he would really find himself in a good situation. On what has just happened. Chongi made a mistake and fell, and therefore now he is behind Dorian Jakopanec. So the Croatian is the new race leader, and Chongi is trailing by 6.7 seconds. So what I have told you about the chances, if that Moto2 race stays like this, can be thrown into the garbage bin, and we have a brand new situation where Dorian can be the winner of Moto2, Chongi can be silver medalist, and therefore in Moto3 we can see kind of a shootout between the two. The one who finishes ahead of the other, and not to forget about all the other rivals as well, can be the winner. It's Dorian Jakopanec in the lead. And considering the gap between the two, which was 6.7 seconds before and 8.8 seconds now, so it's growing and not shrinking. Dorian, 4 minutes before the white flag, is in a good position to fight back for his defeat in Moto1 against the home talent. And therefore the Moto3 will be just amazingly exciting. És akkor foglaljuk össze most, hogy mi történt itt az elmúlt 2-3 körben, ahol Jászai Csongor hibája nyomán átvette a vezetést Dorian Jakopanec, és ránézve itt a különbségekre, amely 6,7-ről 8 másodpercre nőtt, úgy tűnik, hogy Csongi nem közeledik, hanem éppenséggel egy picit távolodik Dorian Jakopanectől, amely itt 3 perccel a fehér zászló előtt és 5 perccel a futam végét megelőzően azért jó eséllyel Dorian Jakopanec számára dönti majd ezt el, bár ugyanezt elmondtuk Csongiról, mielőtt eldobta volna a jetet, úgyhogy bármi lehet. De ha így marad, és Csonginak és Doriannak is egy-egy első és második helye lesz, akkor onnantól kezdve gyakorlatilag a Moto3 egy szétlövés, amelyikük előrébb végez, az nyerheti majd a kategóriát. Nem megbántva persze Daniel Spotrivajlót, Markus Erlákot, Tamás Kettét, Oszmán Mint és a többieket, de azért ez a két fiú, ez ez más kategória. A 8,8 másodperces előnyéből egyébként a horvát fiúnak, mindjárt meglátjuk, hogy mennyi van, 7,21, tehát most éppen másfél másodperccel Csongi volt a gyorsabb, de ennél gyorsabban kellene ahhoz közelíteni, hogy a hátralévő nagyjából 3 körben legyen esélye. $40 for the white flag. So we're looking for Dorian, the race leader. Marcus Erlach finds himself in a situation where he's trying to overtake and he's been led to take the inside route. So he was able to pass Aleš Fullo from Czechia. And now as the racing time has come to an end and we are over the 15-minute mark, it's clearly the very last lap for the race leader Dorian Jakopanet. He knows exactly, as he takes a glance at the tower, that this is just the very last lap for the Croatian. Csongor knows the same. And the only thing that Csongi can hope for is a mistake from the opposition that he have made himself. And he let let the Croatian rival pass him, Dorian Jakopanet. The mistakes are costly, not only here, of course, but in a rivalry like this, you cannot make such a mistake. This is Marcus Erlach in the number 100 boat in P4. And in the number 17, we have Tomasz Kete. Now everybody, we have a race winner after finishing second in Moto 1. He just won it, Dorian Jakopanet, and what a celebration from the Croatian guy, as he knows exactly that without this win, the chances of winning the Grand Prix would be really small, but with the win, it's an open race. Csongi coming in second, and it will be an amazing Moto3 race. And of course, we know that Dorian has already a slight advantage, and he will be in the preferred position at the start. Óriásit csapott a levegőbe, sőt, még itt hallani véltük a toronyban, hogy nagyot kiabált a sisak alatt Dorian Jakobánec, aki a győzelme nélkül már nagyon nehéz helyzetbe került volna ebben a kategóriában. Most viszont nem csak, hogy kiegyenlítette a pontokat Jászaival szemben, hanem még valamivel jobb helyzetbe is került, hiszen ő indul majd jobb pozícióból a harmadik futamon. Miközben, és ez szintén érdekes, nem csak az élen van holt verseny, hanem a harmadik, negyedik helyen is, ahol Markus Erlach és Daniel Spotrivajlo egyaránt egy negyedik és harmadik helyen rendelkezik. Tehát holt verseny az 1-2-ben, holt verseny a 3-4-ben. Mindenről majd a Moto3 dönt holnap. So two pair of riders are equal on points after Moto2. Dorian Jakobánec and Csongor Jászai in P1 and P2 and the overall standings, of course. And there's equality in points for Daniel Spotrivajlo and Markus Erlach, as both these guys finished third and fourth in Moto1 and Moto2. So I would say for tomorrow in Moto3 we will have two duels for the gold and for the bronze. Nézzük akkor a Runabout Ladies GP4 kategóriát, tehát ülős gépek, abból a legalacsonyabb GP4-es osztály, de csak hölgyek ülhetnek gépre, vagy szállhatnak vízre most ebben a kategóriában, de a hölgyek nagyon jól húzzák a gáz, 13-an vannak, 772-essel Portugáliát is uralta, és Magyarországot is uralhatja francia Alizé van den Blecken, ő számít a favoritnak. de azért érdemes lesz majd ott mögötte szétnézni. Ilaria Vanni 28-assal második lett, a harmadik pedig Michel Dimov, aki magyarként versenyez, és Katarina Szeppa negyedik, mint hogy büntetéseket is osztottak. Ez kevésbé érintette a nagyok versenyébe így sem beleszóló Sofia Fokeszátót, aki kiugrásért kapta, vagy túl gyors indulásért a 25 másodpercét. Érintette viszont méghozzá súlyosan Nikola Driakovát, aki a 6. helyét cserélte egy 9-re, a 25 másodperces büntetését azért kapta a cseh hölgy, mert nem tartotta az egyenes vonalat a start után. Szóval 2 25 másodperces bünti kiment, és ez azért átrendezte egy picit a mezőnyt, illetve a végeredményt. Meglátjuk, hogy hogyan alakul majd a második verseny mindjárt. So let's see the start here. We had some penalizations after Moto 1 race for 2 of the riders. Sofia Fokesato in the number 2 boat for anticipated start, an extra 25 seconds. And for Nikola Driakova in the number 11 boat from Czechia for not maintaining the lane after the start. So Nikola lost 3 positions, has been dropped from 6th to 9th. So she has to come back into this one in Moto 2, while Alize van der Blecken in the number 772 boat is really dominant here and was dominant back in Portugal, the winner of the first European Grand Prix. Oh, it was almost all together as the pack started. And inside is a comfortable lead for the French woman Alize van der Blecken. However, Alize, I'm not sure that she can keep the lead. He's in the inside, but he's under heavy attack from the right side. I think Alize did well. And as entering into the split, she looks to be okay and with a comfortable lead. Well, comfortable. It's nothing near comfortable, but compared to the fact that they were side by side on the entry of the split, it looks good for Alize. So the winner of Moto 1 race is again up front in the number 772 boat, followed by the number 11, Nikola Driakova. That's exactly what the Czechia rider has to show after the extra 25 seconds that he's been given after not maintaining the lane. In P3, we have Michel Dimov from Hungary, then number 28, Italia Vanni. Vanni was second, and now the Italian is fourth in this race. Still a good position in overall behind Alize. We have to ask ourselves the first important question: is there anyone here who can stop Alize van der Blecken from another straight win? If not, that we're going to focus on fighting for positions from and downwards from there. The split is always about the choices, and Alice van der Blecken made a choice and switched from the inside to the outside split this time. So the 772 boat now tried both of the splits. Maybe it was just a trier from Alice, you never know, just to see which one seems faster or more comfortable. She's in the lead, ahead of Nikola Dryakova, the best lap 132.53, also from Alice van der Blecken. We have our Filiberti try to close up. Aurora finished 5th in the qualifying, 5th in Motor 1. And in the end, we have Sofia Fochesato in the number 2 boat. So the gap between Alice and Nicola was 3.6 seconds. And it's somewhere around this. Again, Nikola Dryakova tries not to get any further down from Alice van der Blecken, but still Nikola Dryakova is trailing by 4.02 seconds. So French rider in the first place, Czech rider in the second, and Hungarian in third. A női GP4-es verseny ismételten a francia Alice van den Blecken dominanciáját hozza, 772-es rajtszámmal. Épp e pillanatban teljesíti a harmadik körét Van den Blecken. A portugáliai mindhárom futamot megnyerő francia már itt a győrzámai tavon, és első volt a Moto1-ben, és ha nem ront el valamit csúfondáros módon, akkor első lesz a Moto2-ben is. Az igazi verseny az mögötte zajlik, és ha nem is feltétlenül most a vizen, hanem majd az összesített pontok szempontjából, hiszen többen is vannak, akik picit jobban vagy épp gyengébben szerepelnek, mint tegnap, és így összekeverednek, sőt kiegyenlítődnek a pontok. Például Nikola Dryakova, aki most a második helyen jön, ő ugye az első versenyen eredetileg 6. a büntetése után 9. lett csupán. Mondjuk Nikola Driakovánál mindig probléma, hogy bár a tempója, a nyers tempója megvan, de versenyeken belül nagyon gyakran nem tudja hozni magát. Így volt ez Portugáliában is, ahol az első futamon ugyanúgy, mint most Van den Blecken mögött második lett, de a Moto2 és 3-ban már az első GP-n föl sem fért a dobogóra, mint ahogyan összesítésben sem. Ugyanez most az első verseny nem sikerült neki, ez most nagyon jól néz ki, összesítettben pedig lehet dobogós Nikola Driakova. Itt pedig kísérle maradva kettessel Sofia Fokesato zárja a sort. Ugye összesen végül 12-en indultak, Asra Gurksnité, a litván hölgy nem állt oda a rajtvonalhoz. So halfway through this Run GP for Ladies race in Moto2, we're not expecting huge changes in the race order, as Alice Van den Blecken is still dominant and has a lead of almost 7 seconds ahead of Nikola Driakova, while Michel Dimov is third, Ilaria Vanni is fourth. Talking about the Italian rider, Ilaria Vanni. She finished second in Moto1. She can be fourth in Moto2. And the average of the collected points means that she would find herself in a good position in overall before Moto3. And in the meantime, we have the first overtaking after Alice Van den Blecken. Nikola Driakova could also pass Sofia Fokesato, while the number 19 boat with Michel Dimov has just passed in front of the tower. And Michel is some 5.5, almost 6 seconds behind the second placed Nikola Driakova. So now, just to let you know about the upcoming 3 categories. We have the Ski Junior GP 3.2 and 3.3 World Championship races to be held. And finally, to close day 2 in Moto2, we have Runabout GP2 again. So for tomorrow, and that's good news for the guests who will visit the lake tomorrow, that 2 GP1 races in ski and another 2 in runabout will be held on the closing day of the race. So into the 13th minute of this 15-minute ride, Alice van der Blecken, I think she didn't slow down. She was kind of stretching her muscles, getting prepared for the last 2 to 3 laps that she has to complete before will be announced as a winner in Moto 2. And she deserves to be given some time in the Tower Straight, as she has built up an advantage over 12 seconds ahead of Nikola Dryakova, where Nikola has a 7-second advantage ahead of Michel Dimov. So as I can see, the only place that the riders will be fighting for is P5, while Aurora Filiberti, Anne-Maria Öimetz and Czech Mercedes are inside 3 seconds. It's more 2 than 3, to be honest. Elrontott egy bóját Alize van der Blecken, vagyis a fekete büntető bóját megkerülve jön, és valóban azért lehetett látni rajta, hogy picit elmeredett itt a gépen, nem véletlen nyújtotta magát, és lehet, hogy egyfajta fáradtságnak is köszönhető most ez a hiba, ami elég váratlanul jött, és már igen messze van tőle Nikola Dryakova, de ő is pontosan látta már, mint a cseh, hogy egy picit bajban volt Alize, aki hát nyilván összeszedheti magát, és így is van 7 másodperc előnye, de azért mégiscsak a 12-ből lett nagy hirtelenjében 7. A következő hiba már Nikolát nagyon közel repítené hozzá. Persze más kérdés, hogy ez az utolsó előtti körük, hiszen ez a 15. perc már. És itt jön akkor a nagy csata Aurora Filibertivel, Anne-Maria Öimetzel és Czech Mercedessel. Sőt, a többiek sincsenek messze. Eszter Rossin, vagy éppen Kimili Lepp. Fifteen seconds to the white. Indicating the last lap for the race leader, Alize van den Blecken. Nikola Dryakova relentlessly chasing Alize. And still Nikola was able to reduce the gap to 6.8 seconds, but that's a lot when she only has 1 lap to try to get closer to her bigger rival. But I think it's worth focusing not only on our P1 and P2 riders, but on Ilaria Vanni, who is under pressure from Aurora Filiberti, and then Mercedes Czech, and Czech Mercedes could win 1 position from Anne-Maria Öimetz, so the Hungarian comes up to 6th, and Anne-Maria the Estonian goes back to 7th, while Camille Lepp has also win 1 position, just like everybody else, ahead of Katarina Sepp, because the race for Katarina Sepp has come to an end. Apparently, she was taken back to the paddock by one of the race marshals. To be honest, I did not see any accident or so she might just feel bad, feel sick. Hopefully she's going to be okay, but she's out of the race for now. So let's see if Alize van den Blecken can complete the last few boys before She will be double race winner here and 5-time race winner in 2026. She just won it. 772, Alize van der Becken. Double winner, and the second place goes to Nikola Driakova. Third, Michel Dimov in the number 19 boat. 2 third place finishes from Dimov. Ilaria Vanni was successfully defending her first position from the number 10 Aurora Filiberti and from the number 50 Cseke Mercedes. És akkor ilyenkor meg szoktuk tenni az összesítést, a Moto1 és a Moto2-t követően, ugye maximális 50 ponttal rendelkezik, 2x25-tel Alize van den Blecken, de nyilván megint ő a favorit, de azért onnantól már nagyon izgalmas a dolog, mert Ilaria Vanninak van egy második és egy negyedik helye, amely összességében 40 pontot jelent. Michel Dimovnak van 2 harmadik helye, ami összességében 40 pontot jelent, és ott van még Nikola Driakova egy második és egy 9. hellyel, ami nincs 40, viszont a tempója alapján még egy dobogós helyezéssel Nikola is bőven beleszólhat, úgyhogy úgy mondanám, hogy Alize van der Blecken mögött 3-an harcolnak a 2 dobogós helyezésed, legalább 3-an, legyünk pontosak. So 3 more races, 3 more categories before the end of day 2 here in Győr-Zámoly. We have 2 World Championship races, 12 minutes each, and 1 runabout GP2 for 20. So we have made a little calculation in terms of the schedule, and it turns out that if everything goes smoothly, we will be ahead of time, ahead of the schedule, and that is a good opportunity for everyone to do the engine tests. So if everything goes well, then you guys will be let out for the engine tests, which has to be finished 5:15 the latest. So approximately around 4:50 we will call it a day, and you will be given then maybe 20, maximum 25 minutes of engine test. It all depends on how the next 3 races will go. Európa bajnoki futamok után világbajnoki futamok következnek. Még egyszer ismétlésképpen a világbajnoki futamokat az Európa bajnoki futamok közé ékelve kizárólag a magyarországi versenyeken rendezik, vagyis aki Győr-Zámolyba eljön, nevez és végigfut, az a 3 verseny alatt a világbajnoki címhez, vagy éppen a világbajnoki dobogóhoz közel férhet. Úgyhogy ez mindig egy jó esély egy komoly eredményre, természetesen még akkor is, hogyha azért ezek nem nagyon népes mezőnyök, de rendkívül tehetséges fiatalokat látunk itt edződni, ha úgy tetszik, beletanulni a felnőtt mezőnybe. Úgyhogy kezdjünk most a legfiatalabbakkal, a Ski Junior GP 3.2, 10-11, maximum 12 éves versenyzői érkeznek majd nem sokára vissza a rajtgyakorlatból, 27-essel a magyar Bíró Santos Noam, 81-essel a szlovén Lan Martinez, 99-essel a finn Topi Järvenpää, 100-assal pedig a szintén finn Toivo Salmela köröz majd. Bíró Santos Noam megnyerte az első versenyt, ahogyan a polpozíciós futamot is pénteken, úgyhogy két sikeres versenyt követően most a második világbajnoki futam győzelmére hajthat, majd pozíciója ezen csak segíteni fog. That can be a noble fight between Topi Järvenpää and Biro Santos Noam. Biro Santos Noam is on the inside. He looks back, and Topi Järvenpää's first left was maybe a bit too big. The Hungarian was tight around the yellow one, so he can get an advantage of 5 to 10 meters, which is just enough to stretch away from the Finnish rival and immediately attacking the green boys, Biro Santos Noam. Of course, being a race winner is not only a 25-point achievement, but also an opportunity to get the best possible starting position for the next moto. And as you become race winner after race winner, your position is being strengthened again and again. So that's exactly how Biro Santos Noam is building up this World Championship race. Winner of the quali, winner of the race, and then again is in the pole position, leading up the race. Here comes Biro Santos Noam. After him, Topi Järvenpää, the second place rider from the first race. Then Toivo Salmela, third now, and was third in Moto 1. And finally, the number 81 bolt from the Slovenian, Lan Martinez. The fastest lap was set by the race leader Santos Noam. In his first full lap, he set the time of 1 minute 35 seconds, 0.04. That is just half a second faster than Topi Järvenpää. But the number 99 boat under the Finnish youngster is still quite close to the Hungarian. 3.6 seconds separating these two. And as I could see, Topi was using a different lane than Biro Santos Noam, and that is a sign for Topi for looking for opportunities to try to overtake. Biro Santos Noam goes around the blue boys, so he picks the outside split this time. Topi Järvenpää keep chasing him. Again, bigger than it was before. From 3.6, all of a sudden it becomes 5.2. Just like in Moto 1, the number 81 boat under Lan Martinez is significantly slower than the other three guys. Lan's best lap is around 2:04, the previous one 2:05. So he gets basically half a minute in every single lap that the guys are overtaking is inevitable for him. But as we have many times before, in many of the races, especially for the junior races, there are always one or two guys or girls who are trailing by even half a minute by lap, but they are keep practicing, keep doing what they want to do, keep chasing their dreams to become faster and more experienced, and that's the way to do it. So no complaints. Lan Martinez here learning, and of course parts of this World Championship race. Of the championship race, Biro Santos Noam have just completed lap number 4. An entire second slower than stretching away from Topi Järvenpää by 7.
Minä luisti vehket, niin kun tänne tullessa alussa, niin meillä on paremmin ajaa kuin aikaisemmin edittiin aikaa.
Hieno rajoitus taas suunnilleen näkee, niin paljon ero kärkeen. Ei sitä erien välillä kannata verrata.
Toki tässä ei välttämättä erien välilläkään hirveätä. Aika lähelle samalla tuo. Ei ole noin tuo 2 pois.
Se on vähän niinku sitä monta selvä, jos tää voittaa tänne. Kolmas huonommaksi toi ei jää.
Újabb kört teljesít Bíró Santos Noam. A magyar versenyző 7,3 másodperccel veri egyelőre Topi Jervenpét, és a távolság, ha nem is drámai léptékben, de legalább folyamatosan nőtt, legalábbis eddig a 7-3-ból most lett 9-3, tehát ez a 2 másodpercet így is hozzá tudott adni Bíró Santos Noam. A sorrend pedig tökéletesen megegyezik azzal a sorrenddel, amit a versenyzők a Moto1-ben produkáltak, ami egyben azt is jelenti, hogy a szlovén Martinez 81-essel jócskán elmaradva, immáron 2-s körhátrányban köröz, de mindig el szoktuk mondani a lassabb versenyzők védelmében, nem mintha meg kellene őket védeni, hogy természetesen vannak, akik csak most kezdik próbálgatni magukat ebben a mezőnyben, és nincs még meg a tempójuk, de így tudnak tapasztalatot szerezni, adott esetben gyorsulni. Ugye így volt ez a Ski Junior GP4-ben, és nem azt néztük, hogy Vohuslav vagy éppen Mariani egymáshoz képest milyen távolságban van, hanem hogy az első futamhoz képest saját magukhoz viszonyítva tudtak-e javítani, és mindig tudtak. Úgyhogy így tekintünk, azt hiszem ez a helyes hozzáállás azokról a versenyzőkről, akik egyébként 2-3 kört is kapnak egy ilyen 10-12-14 perces verseny. Apropó percek, ugye junior futam, vagyis 12 percig tart, még 1,5 perc a fehér zászlóig, vagyis Bíró Santos Noamnak még pontosan 2 köre van hátra.
Ei ookaan. Se onkin ihan käsittämättä. Maailman parhaita ja sit yksi vielä ihan suvereen. Jos se lähtee kärkeen, niin se on hyvä. Se on saman tien bye.
Jos harmittaa, että häviää ton verran tän erään voittaa. Harmittaa, kun koko maailman muu kärki häviää yhdelle miehelle.
Monessa siiri oli tänään sitten?
7 vai 8.
Paljon niitä oli?
Oli kai niitä 12.
10 vai?
Oli yli 10. Ei se kuule mitkään.
Mutta 3 kuinka siinä satama.
Here comes Lan Martinez. The blue flag has been waved to Lan to let him know that faster riders are coming behind his back. And the timing was perfect from Bíró Santos Noam, as on the clock we could see 12:02, so he timed it perfectly. Only 1 lap separating Bíró Santos Noam from his second win here in Hungary. Kell említeni, hogy hiába a nagy vezetés és a győzelem komoly lehetősége, Bíró Santos Noam képes volt az utolsó körben javítani a legjobb idején, ami nyilván a versenyben futott leggyorsabb kör is egyben, 1.33.29, vagyis Bíró Santos Noam nem, hogy nem lassít, hanem még talált másodperceket, még talált lehetőséget, úgyhogy folyamatosan legyőzve saját magát, de legfőképpen a többieket. Bíró Santos Noam ismét futamgyőztes, és 50 pontja van 2 futamot követően.
Jopi oli ainakin eilen, en tiedä onko nyt. Ainakin tuolla se voittelee ylös.
And we move on to the next category, and that category will be that category will be the 3.3 for the juniors. For the next one, and the next one will be another World Championship category in ski division GP 3.3. Of course, it's another age category. These guys are 13, 14, and maximum 15 years old. So a little bit more mature than the previous ones. The number of the riders will be slightly higher as well. And maybe the excitement will be slightly higher than in the previous race. So this will be a race after which we only have one more to complete. And as we're moving ahead of the schedule, of course, I cannot guarantee, but there's a strong chance for everyone to be able to perform some engine tests. As we have promised, we have time until 5:15 to perform engine tests before we will call it a day, and we will move to the downtown of the city of Győr for the freestylers' first race.
assolutamente, perché sono categorie piccole. Però in linea di massima preferirei averne 3 sull'esterno e 2 sull'interno. Adesso se sono tutti contenti e hanno scelto così, non inizierei. Poi lo spieghiamo al ragazzo che sta facendo le così. Quando siete a posto io comincerei. Allora, visto che abbiamo detto
És akkor készülünk a Ski Junior GP 3.3-ra. 13, 14, 15 évesek számára kiírt világbajnoki futam, második menet. Az elsőt Leo Kete nyerte. Leo Kete 2 kategóriában is dominál, a szlovén itt is nyert, és így megint övé a belső rajtpozíció. Milo Berno Belgiumon volt a második, Marvin Bohuszláv Magyarország harmadik, José Vainio Finnország negyedik, Rátkai Martin Magyarország ötödik. Így alakult az első verseny. Leo Kete hozzászokott már, hogy rajtcélgyőzelmeket arasson. A kérdés, lesz-e bárki, aki ebben megzavarja a szlovént? So next up, let's focus on our junior GP 3.3 category. Remember, World Championship race. In Moto 1, Leo Kete from Slovenia was dominant again. Second was Milo Berno, third was Marvin Bohuslav, fourth José Vainio, fifth Martin Rátkai from Hungary. Let's see what happens in Moto 2. So let's see if they can start off now. There is a minor problem indicated by one of the riders at the first attempt. It's all looking good now. And off they go. And a better start came from Milo Berno. And Milo Berno in the dark blue boat, the number 40 boat, can take the lead. And there he goes, Milo Berno. And I think that Keraleo is not only second, but probably he drops back to third position. So a surprising start for the top favorite. But of course, the Slovenian has another 12 minutes to work himself back up on the top of the group. As for now, Milo Berno from Belgium is leading the pack in the inside split. Oh, Milo Berno with a wonderful technique. His side literally touches the water as he turns after the last red. Look at him, the way he's trying to squeeze the maximum performance out of his jet. Milo Berno, very spectacular. And of course, behind him, we have Leo Kete. And if there was a moment for Leo Kete to be third, now we can announce that the Slovenian came up to second and tried to keep the pace of Milo Berno. So let's see which split Milo is heading towards from this red. He decides to go to the right split, so he will go around the blue boys, and Leo Kete does the same. Leo Kete is in the inside. You have two white boats, so they took different splits. Let's see the outcome. It looks good for Keteleo, but he needs to take another turn, and he's behind, still behind Milo Berno, but that was a good first try on a different split. Milo Berno in the lead. Leo Kete second. And then goes the number 23, Marvin Bohuslav third, as he was third in Moto 1 as well. Then the number 678 from Finland, Jose Vainio, in P4. Rátkai Martin érkezik 52-essel, kissé lemaradva a többiekhez képest, de ez egy nagyon korrekt kis versenynek ígérkezik Leo Kete és Milo Berno között ebben a világbajnoki kategóriában, ahol hát valójában a Moto3 szempontjából is nagyon nagy a jelentősége annak, hogy Milo Berno meg tudja verni Leo Ketét, ha nem, akkor a szlovén nagyon jó helyzetben van, ha igen, akkor szinte szétlövésszerű, ahogyan többször erről már beszéltünk a Moto3, és Milo Berno megint csak jobban jön, jobban, csak hogy igen, az előnye szemben 1,8 másodperc volt korábban, a mostani mérési pontnál is 1,8. Let's see how they decide in lap 3. Milo Berno goes to the right from the split. And I think that the advantage of the Belgian youngster will grow, since it was 1.8 seconds both in lap 1 and lap 2, but it is significantly higher now. Milo Berno is coming, and instead of 1.9 seconds, so again, instead of 1.9, it is now 5.7. Martin Ratkai has to be aware of the fact that the race leaders are just passing by. And of course, he knows what he has to do. He goes aside and let them go. Jose Vainio is involved in another race. I would say Jose is more a runabout rider than a ski rider, but credits for him. He keeps trying in both categories. I have to say that Leo Ketev fought himself back into this duel. So from 5.7, he comes back to 3.3 behind Milo Berno. Again, Milo Berno, the Belgian, goes to the right split. Picks the blue boys. And Leo Ketev's choice from the third lap of going right behind Milo was not a good one. That was the lap when he got another extra 2 seconds from the race leaders. So he sticks with the inside split now. And I think that's way better for him. And now let's see the gap. 3.4 seconds was the gap between the first and second place rider when we measured them for the previous time. And from the 3.4, it is only 2 seconds. So apparently Leo Ketev found something, and he gets closer and closer every lap to the race leader. And I think he has enough time, if he can maintain the pace, to get even closer. minor mistake. Let's see if Leokete can pass. Oh, they're side by side. Milo Berno still keeping a bit of an advantage. So that mistake that the Belgian youngster made, he didn't have to pay with the P1. His head, sing the glasses, and tries to put everything together again, Milo Berno. That is a spectacular battle bit to only 100 seconds before white flag. Egészen csodálatos kis versenyt láttunk a két fiatal között. Milo Berno 40-essel, Leokete 7-essel, és ugye Milo Berno elkapta a rajtot, de a különbség, leszámítva egyetlen kört, amikor Leokete hibázott egyet, igazából állandó vagy csökken. És most volt az első alkalom, hogy a rendszerint a kék splitet választó belga Milo Berno belehibázott, de csak kicsit, nem sem esett, csak picit vagy lefulladt, vagy befulladt, vagy nem adta ki az egyik kanyar, és azonnal nagyon közel került hozzá a Leokete, sőt, a split kijáratánál gyakorlatilag egymás mellett jöttek már. Milo Berno azonban megrázta magát, megcsóválta a fejét szó szerint, megigazítva a szemüvegét, újult erővel próbálja tartani a lépést a hozzá egyre közeledő Leoketével. So this is always the most exciting moment when coming out from the split. We can see how Milo Berno and Leokete are competing against each other, and this time no mistakes from the Belgian, and therefore he could comfortably get there first on the exit of the split. And maybe 2 more laps to complete for Milo Berno. Now Milo Berno approaching the red buoy, and he has no reason to change his mind about the split, so Milo Berno is around the blue ones. But in the blue one, Milo Berno will meet one of the slower riders, and there he goes, sorry, he could easily pass. Did not lose a second or even a tenth of a second. And Milo Berno looks okay to be first for this one last lap. There he comes. Berno, white flag, Leokete. How much risk Leokete will take? Can he find an extra half a second? However, he needs more. And of course, white flag and the last lap itself is some kind of a pressure on the back of a young rider. Can he maintain his stability? Will he not make any mistake? These are questions that we're going to get answers to in just a few seconds as Milo Berno is approaching to the red one. And for the very last time, Milo Berno is in the split. And Leokete goes in the middle split around the green boys. Two more boys in the split for the race leader. And the timing is not ideal as right on the finish line they will have to overtake one rider. There is Jose Vainio. He goes aside. Here comes the number 40, Milo Berno, maintaining the lead and winning the race by just 1 second ahead of Leokete. So Milo Bernog, Leo Kete, Marvin Bohuslav, Jose Vainio, and Martin Ratka is the final order of this 3.3 race. And that means that Milo and Leo both have a first and second place finish from Moto 1 and Moto 2. So they are equal on points. And the chances are also equal for the two. And of course, for everybody else to win the World Championship title. És akkor jön az utolsó verseny, de ez tényleg nagyon jó volt. Milo Berno egyetlen hibája azt jelentette, hogy Leo Kete végig a sarkában volt, de még egy hibát nem dobott a rendszer Milo Bernónál, ami azt jelenti, hogy neki is egy futamgyőzelme és egy második helye van, ahogyan Leo Ketének is. Vagyis azonos pontszámmal várják majd a holnapi harmadik világbajnoki futamot. Mondhatnánk, hogy egy pici előny lehet Milo Bernónak, hogy ő megy majd belülről, de speciál Leo Kete nem tudott nyerni belülről a mostani versenyen, úgyhogy ez sem akkora előny. So one last race before we call it a day. And that last race will be run about GP2 again. Remember what happened before the lunch break? 2 Estonians in P1 and P2, 2 Lithuanians in P3 and P4. And the overall standings are tighter than expected maybe. So we'll see what comes in Run GP2. Jön a mai nap utolsó versenye, legalábbis a győrzámai tavon, hiszen, és erről majd még fogunk beszélni, de talán nem árt jelezni, bár az itteni körpályás versenyek befejeződnek, de a szokásos győri belvárosi móka a mai napon még ránk vár, vagyis megyünk be a freestyle-osainkkal, és bent a belváros élő folyóvizén lesz majd az első freestyle verseny, úgyhogy mindenkit szeretettel várunk, egészen más hangulat, úgyhogy itt a városi környezetben azért a két freestyler mindig oda teszi magát, nyilván van rendes közönség, sokszor akár több százan összegyűlnek a hídon vagy a rakpartokon nézni a freestylosokat. Várunk majd mindenkit szeretettel. 7 óra után nem sokkal tervezzük magát a freestyle versenyt lebonyolítani. De addig is Run GP2, ezt a mezőnyt már láttuk az ebédszünet előtt. Ugye azt is elmondtuk, hogy azért rendeztük picit át a naptárat, mert a Run GP2 mezőnye meg mindig átrendezi a pályát, úgyhogy általában a szünetek előtt következik ez a géposztály. Meglátjuk, hogy milyen változást hoz. Majd minden esetre a rajtpozíciókat az első verseny végeredménye alapján határozhatták meg, vagy kérhették a versenyzők, így a két észt és a két litván ebben a sorrendben döntött arról, hogy honnan induljon. So now the practice starts, and let's prepare ourselves to the last race of this day, of this wonderful day, let me tell you, because all the way we've been expecting some showers, tornadoes, rain, wind, everything. And what we have experienced is nothing like this. Sunshine, light wind. So we're lucky enough to have good conditions on day 1 and day 2.
Nein, der Papa seiner ist ins Doppelprogramm gefallen. Also wie beim Auto, wenn der irgendwie zum Beispiel überhitzt oder Sensor kaputt ist, dann fällt ein Doppelprogramm. Ein bisschen Black rein, ruft das Fahren nicht ist. Oder nicht wieder. Weil es ist dann auch vorne so ungefährlich, wenn du dann mitten im Kurs stehst und du hinter dir fahren 5 noch die. Ja, kann schon passieren, dass da schön was da. Wenn mehr auf Holz klopfen, dass bis heute noch nichts gleich was passiert ist, weil kann schon passieren, dass da einmal schön was da richtig.
So let's quickly run through the names in this Run GP2 category. Karl Keskula was the winner of Moto 1, so he's going from the left of the starting lane. Matthias Siemann from Estonia was second. Vasnis Domantas was third. Linus Lindberg fourth.
Nein, die haben alle einen Kompressor drin. Also die fahren alle mit Kompressor, also original von Roda haben sie einen Kompressor. Und die ist dann meistens die 325er. Die haben von Haus aus 350 PS ungefähr. Also Serie. Und ein bisschen aufgemacht, schätze ich 400 plus die haben. So, dass er ein wenig ausgehen kann, der Motor. Weil wenn er kalt ist, ist er Spur schneller, wobei das ist dann alles.
It's always nice to listen to the wind and to the birds.
Ja.
18 of them lined up. Karl Keskula, number 17 from the inside. Let's focus on Karol Pusalevich as well. The starting position is far from ideal, but he was originally third in Moto 1. However, he was penalized by 2 laps. I'll tell you later why. But more importantly, he has the speed. Linus Lindberg, also good at qualifying, lost some positions in Moto 1. But the number 63 is always strong. And there they go. And on the inside, Karl Keskula is looking good. The number 8, Vasnis Domantas is on the outside of Karl Keskula. And it's a good start from Karol Pusalevich on the outside lane. We never really focus on the outside unless there is a fast rider who was pushed back into this bad position. And here they go. The race leaders in the center split around the green boys. 4 more to complete before we will let you know who's coming first, who's coming second and third. And again, it's Karl Keskula from Estonia taking the lead. Narrow around the blue, or on the red, sorry. And then the number 16 boat comes in second. Stefano Castronovo, the Italian, was not amongst the top favorites. And look at the pace he has. Look at Stefano, how strongly he started. 2.5 seconds behind Karl Keskula, his second, followed by Matthias Siemann and the rest of the pack. Oh, there is a bit of a crash right in the first left corner around the red boy, but they all survived, didn't even fall into the water, but the two jets really collided on turn 1. And we have Karl Keskula, Stefano Castronovo, Vasnis Tomantas and Karol Puzelevich back. Amazing start on the outside lane from the Lithuanian number 7 Karol Puzelevich to already come up to P4 ahead of Manuel Reggiani and Linus Lindberg. Linus Lindberg lost positions just like Matthias Siemann. The number 77 lost more than anyone else. Yellow flag from the race marshals. Oh, that's not a good place to fall off. The yellow flag is in operation. And the risers can clearly see the spot of the collision. So I think the two marshals did a really good job to immediately remove that jet ski out of the way, and so that the rider can go back on top of his jet and safe if wants to, if he can. We don't know about him for the moment. As for the leader, we have Karl Keskula up front. Vastis Domantas already passing the number 16, Stefano Castronovo. So the Lithuanian is currently second. The Italian is third. Karol Puzelevich fourth. Karl Keskula elhozta a rajtot 17-essel belülről. Az egyik nagy vesztes Matthias Siemann, aki 77-essel ugye a második helyről indult, és most csak a 7., viszont Vasnis Domantas a litván a 8-assal ott van a második helyen, Stefano Castronovo pedig 16-os, és akinek pedig a jetjét visszahozzák, az 54-es rajtszámmal a svéd Wilmer Pettersson. So Wilmer Pettersson's number 54 jet is being moved on the opposite direction to the race course, so that's why the yellow flag is in operation, both from the tower, from the marshal. So he could do that safely, just next to the shore of the lake. So we can go back and focus again on the race course. Annyit elárulhatok, hogy komoly élet van most a toronyban, ami azt jelenti, hogy rengeteg mindent vizsgálnak egyszerre. Előkészítettek egy stop and go büntetést, de ennek a jogosságáról először meg kell bizonyosodni. De volt egy gyanú vagy egy észlelés, ami alapján lehet, hogy kimegy majd egy stop and go nem sokára. Nyilván Azelőtt ezt senki nem mutatja be, hogy ne lenne biztos, sőt ne lenne bizonyítéka róla, hogy a szabálytalanságot a rider elkövette. Emellett folyamatosan több kamerából, oldalról, a partról, sőt a levegőből, drónról is vizsgálják a startot, amely mindig kritikus, amikor ilyen nagy létszámmal vesznek részt egy versenyben, és a 18 az ugye a második legnagyobb létszám. A 63-as Linus Lindberg pont ugyanazt csinálja, mint az első versenyen. Elszúrta a rajtját, úgyhogy verseny közben kell visszacsipegetnie magát, és ezt megteszi, mert már negyedik. Karol Puselevic és Manuel Reggiani csúszik vissza.
Geht mit Manuel dann mit, gell? Ja, dann schauen wir das noch kurz an, Bruno, und dann gehen wir mehr essen, okay? Ja. Ist okay, Bruno? Ja? Ich glaube, da kommt es nicht raus.
Of the start as we have done before.
Ja, oké, so azt kell, igen, az egész kell megint. Jó, egyébként tudták, hogy a partnerben meg.
Gefährlich, die Schwarze und dann bist du trotzdem noch vorne rausgekommen. Trotzdem nachfahren, willst du das? Wenn du schwarz verpasst, wenn du gleich rausbekommst, eigentlich nachfahren.
So they're just entering the split. Castronovo and Puselevic. And they took different splits. Castronovo in the blue boat goes around the blue ones, while Puselevic in the red boat goes in the middle split. And let's see what happens on the exit of the split. On the exit of the split, Puselevic is there. Puselevic on the outside around the yellow, and he could pass Castronovo. Oh, this was not Puzelevic, it was Reggiani instead of Puzelevic. Sorry for mixing up the two red boats. They look pretty much the same from this distance. However, it was a great move again. And Stefano Castronovo lost 2 positions in just 1 lap from Karol Puzelevic first and then to Manuel Reggiani second. So Puzelevic already overtook Manuel Reggiani and then Reggiani did the same to Stefano Castronovo. Kevesebb, mint 4 perc a fehér zászlóig. Matthias Sziemann húzza a gázt, igazán nincs esélye előrébb keveredni az elrontott rajtja után, azért korrigált, hiszen Matthias Sziemann volt már 7. is, és most a 4. helyen van. Karol Puzelevic érkezik. Na akkor most elmondom, hogy ugye Puzelevic miért kapta ezt a 2 körös büntetést, hiszen dobogós helyen végzett az első versenyen, és aztán visszasorolták őt a tabella végére. Nos, az történt, hogy Puzelevic elkövetett egy furcsa, de súlyos hibát, hiszen elkezdte a splitek közül a külsőt, tehát Puzelevic a kék splitben ment, és aztán valahol a split közepén egyszer csak érthetetlen okból átváltott a zöld splitre, vagyis megsértette az alternatív pálya vonalát, és ez nyilván nagyon veszélyes, úgyhogy azonnal a nyakába varták ezt a 2 körös büntetést, természetesen ment vissza a mezőny végére. The reports keep coming from the marshals and from the boy judges. The most recent report was about a boy that was probably missed. We don't know that, but according to the report, it was probably missed by Nilan Briol. There goes Karol Puzelevic. It was not a comfortable maneuver from the Lithuanian, but he could actually pass 2 of his rivals on one straight. And Karol Puzelevic does everything to try to come back. Well, there is a story for Karol Puzelevic. There's a reason why the Lithuanian was sent back to the end of the pack. However, he finished in a podium position or in a good position in Moto1. So he was using the alternate course for one surprising time. I don't know what exactly happened, but according to the judges, Puzelevic started the right split, so the outside split as we call it. And all of a sudden, in the middle of the split, he switched into the inside split. And this is, of course, invading the alternate split. And according to the rules, immediately a 2-lap penalty. So that's why he lost his starting position. Oh, that is a costly mistake from the number 17 boat from the leading position. And therefore, number 8, Vasnis Domantas took the lead from Karl Keskula. So in lap 9, Vasnis Domantas took the lead from Karl Keskula. The best lap is still Karl Keskula's 1:19.99. And also Matthias Sziemann is nicely coming back after the start. Was not really successful. Castronovo jumping on the waves. Boat for Vasis Tomantas, and the white flag means that the Lithuanian rider is just one lap away from a win. And there he goes to take it. Linus Lindberg across the line for one more time. The Swedish rider is in P4. Nicely coming back after the start. Was not very successful. And the number 9 boat has to go for the penalty boy. This is Wojtek Korczak from Czechia. And there he goes. Now the white flag is out for all the Castronovo still about to defend his position from Romain Bardoux from France. But very shortly we will have our last race winner of day 2 here at the Hungarian Grand Prix. And that can be a very precious win for Vasnis Domantas, using or taking the advantage of the mistake that Kalkeskula made in lap number 9. And there he comes, the number 8 boat is the winner in Moto 2 for Runabout GP2. Following Vasnas Domantas, Kalkeskula finishes 2nd, Matthias Seaman finished 3rd, and Linus Lindberg comes in 4th. Following him, we have Karol Puzelevich in P5.
Non hai 54 e 14.
Quello che va davanti? Che è questo.
Aspetta. 14. Che infatti è partito lì. E poi lui. Adesso.
So this is nearly the final result in Run GP2, with Vasnis Domantas being the race winner ahead of Kalkeskula and Matthias Seaman. And just like in Moto 1, the Baltic countries are shining in this category. Lithuanian winner, Estonian 2nd, Estonian 3rd. Linus Lindberg from Sweden comes in 4th. The best Hungarian was Justin Patzner, the number 94 boat. We had a few Italians. And for Italy, Manuel Reggiani delivers the best place. He finished 5th. Akkor ezzel az egyébként elképesztően nyílt és izgalmas versennyel a második nap legalábbis itt a győrzámai tavon lassan befejeződik, de mindenkinek szeretnénk jelezni, sőt mindenkit szeretnénk invitálni, hogy csatlakozzatok hozzánk a belvárosban, hiszen rövidesen majd a hagyományainknak megfelelően jövünk az első freestyle versennyel, szélesebb közönség előtt, mindig egészen különleges városi környezetben, házak előtt, hidak alatt látni a freestyle-osokat a bemutatójukkal, és ez következik a mai napon is, úgyhogy ez lesz majd a folytatás. Hozzátéve, hogy ígéretünknek megfelelően 5 óra 15 percig ismét megnyitjuk a vizet majd a motortesztekre, tehát 4:30-ig a marsallók kint lesznek majd a vizen. Promised, we will keep the lake open for the engine tests. until 5:15. So as all the riders are back from Run GP2, we will open the water for the engine tests for 25 minutes up until 5:15. Did a quick calculation for the runabout GP2 category before Moto 3. We have Carl Keskula with a first and a second place finish, collecting 47 points, and his top of the table, of course. Behind Carl Keskula, we have Domantas Vaznis with 43 points. Then Matthias Simon with only 42, so 1 point separating the second and the third place rider in the overall table. And then a bit of a gap. Karol Puzelevich collected 36 and Linus Lindberg collected 34. So it's still open, still tight. Lots of contenders for podium places. We can't wait the Moto 3 to happen.